Chapter 22-29. Seeing that the auspicious cloud of Su Yu's cultivation was about to come to an end, and that her body's life potential would not last for more than 10 breaths, the armored man was feeling complacent. Suddenly, he felt that something was wrong. 2 auras quietly appeared in the space around him. Immediately after, a familiar cold voice sounded, "Let her go. Otherwise, don't blame me for disregarding the friendship between us." The armored man immediately fell from the peak of happiness to the bottom of a cold valley. However, he did not want to give up. He wanted to bet that the other party would not kill him. "Junior sister, in front of an outsider, are you going to disregard the friendship between us?" Before he heard a reply, another aura had already locked onto him, making him feel extreme danger. Although he did not know what would happen next, he knew that for a half-immortal, this kind of action was already enough to express her attitude. The key point was that this aura was not familiar, it was very unfamiliar. It belonged to a human half-immortal. He could bet that his junior sister would not be ruthless, but he did not dare to bet that a human cultivator would not be ruthless. If it was that swordsman, he was shocked. Everything was to protect himself. With a decision, the boiling stopped abruptly. At the same time, the power of the rock blood was sent into the woman's body. This was not fatal, but it would disturb her for a long time. She would need to continuously expel it. At the very least, for a short period of time, this woman would not be able to fight with anyone while she was in winged heaven and earth. He slowly retreated to the side. He was not sure if the 2 people who came were really his junior sister and that swordsman. It was more likely that it was his junior sister and a human half-immortal who came to help. However, he could not gamble. He could gamble with other people's lives, but he could not gamble with his own. In his line of sight, 2 figures slowly appeared. One of them quickly flew over, but he did not react. That was his 5th junior sister. His 5th junior sister scanned with her divine sense and understood the situation of Su Yu. She knew the reason for this too well. She was glaring at the armored man. "Look at what you have done. In the next clan meeting, I will apply for clan punishment." The armored man ignored her and looked at the other figure. It was not the swordsman, but a monk. The monk bowed from afar. "Amitabha, good, good. Our target this time is not her almsgiver. You must not act rashly." The armored man sensed the monk's aura and couldn't help but raise his guard. This was an instinctive precaution against dangerous people. Of course, in theory, they were on the same side. The key was the monk's roots. Humans had countless inheritances and roots. Most of them were ordinary, but there were some that were very special and had special abilities. Taoism was like that, and Buddhism was no exception. For example, this monk was the extremely rare PG Buddha. What is Pratyev Buddha? Without the protection of a teacher, he relied on his own understanding to prove it. It was also known as karmic enlightenment or solitary enlightenment. Before the Buddha was born, or in a place where the Buddha had not preached, he could be counted as a PG Buddha if he could understand part of the truth of the universe. Such a monk possessed an extraordinary Buddha nature. It was not the ability to reincarnate from the past, but a true Buddha nature. Therefore, he had many abilities that ordinary monks did not possess. It was not because monks like them had high combat power, but because their fighting style and methods were very special. If you were not familiar with them and tried to understand them with normal thinking, you would easily be at a disadvantage. In the cultivation world, the most taboo thing was to have a cultivator who had no inheritance at all and had cultivated the Buddha realm. This was because when you faced him, you would often be confused, but he would understand you very well. Just as the armored man was still guessing whether the monk was karmic enlightenment or solitary enlightenment, 5th junior sister on the other side supported the slightly exhausted Su and apologized. "Little Su, I'm late. I've caused you to suffer." Su smiled bitterly. "Aunt Shwe, you've saved me again. Don't talk about suffering, I asked for it. I was the one who brought that swordsman here. I was the one who led the way. With the relationship between humans and winged people, killing me is justified. There's nothing to say." 5th junior sister sighed. "You're such a smart person. Why did you come here before the end of the era instead of staying in the exterior? Don't tell me it's for Zerg." Don't tell me it's for all of humanity. All of humanity is peaceful and healthy, but you left the vanguard star to guard the front line alone. After hundreds of thousands of years, I'm afraid your resentment has already broken through the sky, right? Sue remained silent, but fifth junior sister didn't go too far. Follow me, at least you'll be safer this way. That monk's words might not be sincere. If he was alone, I'm afraid he would be similar to my senior brother. It's just that our third senior brother at least gave you a fair chance to fight, but this monk might not. Paiji monks are the most unreasonable part of Buddhism. They have the ability of a real monk, but they don't have the deep-rooted constraints of the Buddhism system. In fact, they're no different from the devil sect in Taoism. The four of them combined into one group, 3 people and a prisoner of war, and flew in a direction unhurriedly. Su Ren took a long time to recover from the remnant of the rock's blood boiling. In terms of mental strength, the winged men were inferior to humans, but in terms of physical strength, humans were far inferior to yarrow beasts. The winged men were actually a race between humans and yarrow beasts. They couldn't ascend to the sky, nor could they descend to the ground. Their mental strength was inferior to humans, and their physical strength was inferior to yarrow beasts. It was very awkward. However, the rock's blood was the most ancient and most noble bloodline among yarrow beasts. When it entered the body, how could an ordinary human resist the power of the bloodline? Even though it was just a trace, it still allowed Su Ren to recover for a period of time. Now, she couldn't say that she had completely expelled it, but she could already move about while healing herself. The armored man and the monk flew in front, while the 2 of them followed behind. Ironically, the 2 of them were the ones who truly talked about everything among the 4 of them. Su Ren sighed and said, "How could I not know that I'm only looking for trouble by coming here? I made up an excuse, claiming that I'm here to prevent the Fragrant Clothes sect from being involved in the matters before and after the arrival of the new era. However, I also know that this is simply impossible. It's not because this matter has nothing to do with the Fragrant Clothes sect, or because of some other reason. The true reason for our safety is actually the weakness of the Fragrant Clothes sect. With the strength of our orthodoxy, what right do we have to occupy a place in the ever-changing universe?" Fifth junior sister was very curious. "Then why did you insist on coming here? Or did you choose this kind of timing?" Su Ren looked at her, her eyes burning. "Because this is Master's order. Before Master left, he told me that if the Fragrant Clothes sect is destined to be ordinary, then we will be ordinary. There's no need to fight for anything. We don't have the strength, nor do we have the ideals. However, if the heavens want the Fragrant Clothes sect to not be ordinary, then we can actually occupy a place in the new era, even if it's just an insignificant place. However, the prerequisite is that we have to meet a person, or the orthodoxy that person belongs to. If we meet them, then we have to follow them without hesitation." Chapter 2230. This time, it was fifth junior sister's turn to be speechless. However, Su Ren did not want to let her off. "Aunt Xue, don't play dumb with me. My master said that if I have any questions, I can ask you, because you and my master know that person." Fifth junior sister was startled and smiled bitterly. This old friend of hers had been gone for thousands of years and she still wanted to drag her into a trap. However, she also knew that this might not be a trap. It could also be the shore. It all depended on how one looked at it. However, Su Ren, the best disciple of her old friend, she had no choice but to answer. "Yes, I know that person. A chance encounter changed many of my views. However, I have to make one thing clear. If it was the person we knew, I would know which side to stand on even without you telling me. However, this person isn't him. Although he looks similar, he isn't him. I'm not alone. There are millions of people behind me. Therefore, when I take any risks, I need to consider carefully and not act rashly. Just like this time, it's hard to say whether this fellow can cross this hurdle. Don't think that his past achievements are amazing. He's never been in a situation where he's surrounded by strong enemies. Most of them have countless helpers behind them. They have morals and can come and go as they please. It's impossible for a person to come and go as he pleases. There will always be times when he's in danger. This time, it's the time to prove his strength. I don't think so because I know what kind of people have come this time. Su Ren did not want to delve too deeply into it because the information they could obtain now was too little. She understood Aunt Shue's choice. Not to mention the millions of people in the Winged Men sect, she did not dare to take sides with her small lavender sect. She could only use a more roundabout method to slowly understand by watching, listening, and thinking. She could not just slap her head, even if this was the strategy left behind by her most respected master. Now, she was the person at the helm of Lavender Sect. She had the obligation to fulfill her responsibilities and not listen to others. It was because she had such an independent personality that her lover had passed the burden to her. Who have come? Is it convenient to talk about it? Fifth junior sister smiled. There's nothing inconvenient about it. Follow us and you'll see it soon. In this wings spanning heavens operation, although we, the winged people, are the masters, we are not the main characters. What Zerg, how can we tolerate this in wingspread sky? If we let them do as they please, when the red flood overflows and they can't get out, will they fight with us winged clan for territory? Will they fight within the winged clan? It was just a well-planned excuse. His target was the newly emerging demigod faction in the origin world, and this swordsman was the leader of this faction. There are many factions involved, such as the Old Fix Corporation, the Conservative faction, some of the Buddhist sects, and the Impure Lands. These are all known, and there are also those who might come but I haven't seen them yet. For example, Da Peng? The vegetarian clicked her tongue. So many. How many people had this swordsman offended? How old was he? It hasn't been long since he became a half-immortal, right? Just like that, you've offended everyone in the cultivation world of the universe. Fifth junior sister licked her lips. Clearly, she was also very excited about the upcoming grand occasion. Of course, it's not about their age, but what they want to do. In the history of the dynasties, which dynasty didn't overturn the old order and establish new rules? How could they not touch the vested interests of others? So seriously speaking, these factions only have one characteristic, which is that they have the most benefits in this era. They are not willing to give up on the meat in their mouths, so they naturally want to destroy the subversive faction. Even if the new era comes, they still want to rule this universe. This is a hurdle that a new faction must pass through. Only by passing through it can you prove that you have the ability to overturn the world. Otherwise, how can you snatch food from the tiger's mouth? Their target was not just Lu Xiaoyi, but all of the new factions. They were too happy in the early stages and did not put the old order in their eyes, so they were a little too complacent. However, as the leader of the new faction, this swordsman was someone they had to deal with. Only by dealing with him, the others would deal with some of their diehard followers. Only then would this new faction collapse and disappear. So, they can only succeed and not fail. If they fail this time, the other scenes can't continue. Once the new faction crosses this hurdle, they will definitely grow stronger and walk on the path of overturning the world. Their brilliant momentum will no longer be able to be stopped. So, do you understand now? What kind of people were going to appear here? How can they allow an accident to happen? Su Ren was stunned. She knew that she was involved in a storm, but she did not expect it to be so big. She thought that it was just a flood in her hometown, but she did not expect to encounter a tsunami in the deep sea. She could not help but ask herself, if she really knew this, would she still take the risk to join this adventure? There was no answer, but there were many questions. But Aunt Shay, as the host, you didn't seem to mention the winged man's attitude in this storm? I'm very curious, shouldn't the winged man be tightly tied to these factions? Fifth junior sister was a little bitter. Of course. Do you think we have any other choice? If we join the new faction, do you think these geniuses will look at us in the eye? But is it safe to stand on the side we're on now? I don't think so. Su Ren was deep in thought, but she could not figure it out. What do you mean? Fifth junior sister's rare good temper was also because the person in front of her was a descendant of an old friend, someone she trusted. Or rather, she was leaving a way out for herself. The current union seems to be powerful, but they are divided at heart, fighting and scheming against each other, unable to form a united force. Occasionally, when they meet a common enemy that is difficult to deal with, they can still reluctantly work together, but once the threat is removed, they will tear each other apart. Especially when they see benefits. Once they see benefits, they will not recognize anyone. So if we, the winged man, are too obvious in this matter, it may not be a good thing. We may be pushed out as scapegoats, and become the target of the new faction's revenge. In this way, these old fellows will have achieved their goal of eliminating the enemy, disintegrating the new faction, and finally punishing the main culprit, the winged man. They will definitely be able to rope in some of the new factions, killing many birds with one stone. What are we in it? We are chess pieces, or abandoned chess pieces. What do you think we should do? Even if she was an extremely intelligent person, she was still confused by this series of twists and turns. Aunt Shay, you're really thinking far ahead. Fifth junior sister snorted. If you had the lives of millions of clansmen at stake, you would also rack your brains to think. That's why third senior brother killed you without hesitation. It's to express to the cultivation world in the future that the vision of the winged man only stops at the front line, and does not care about anything else. If it was someone else, I wouldn't save them, because this is in line with the interests of the winged man. But since it's you, I have no choice but to save you. Even I don't know if I'm doing the right thing. Or is it wrong? Chapter 2231. Su Ren was completely fooled. She did not expect that even she would be involved in this. But Aunt Shui, you said that the Great Rock might come? The relationship between the winged men and the Great Rock is known by the entire universe. It seems impossible for you to completely disassociate yourselves from it, right? Fifth junior sister looked up and took a deep breath. Regarding the position of the winged men, this is the key to determining the future of the winged men. We don't talk about bloodlines. Because the problem of bloodlines is a problem that can never be solved. Who has more points? Who has less points? This is the way of thinking of stupid people. We only talk about the environment. An environment that is more beneficial to the winged men. Then let me ask you, when the new era arrives and the universe fuses, will it be better for the winged men to exist as a subspecies? Or will it be easier to survive as a subspecies? Su Ren did not hesitate. Of course it will be better to survive as a subspecies. How many great rocks are there? They still have the same temperament. Fifth junior sister smiled. That's why I said that the winged men should not be too close to the great rock now. As time passed, the two are no longer the same species. Why should they still be entangled? This operation was led by the great rock. It provided the venue to divide the benefits of the new and old forces within the human race. They did not negotiate well and started fighting. It's that simple. What does it have to do with us? We just have no choice. Who can we offend? The old guys are huge in numbers. We can't afford to offend them. The conservative forces have immortals behind them. We can't afford to offend them, not to mention the Buddhist sect. Can we afford to offend the new forces? Lu Xiaoyi killed nearly 1,000 of our winged men elites in one go. What strange things did we say? Didn't we just silently endure it? This is our position. Su Ren was dumbfounded. She thought that the master was just a handyman who helped to set up the stage. This position, to think that they could think of it. It was very absurd, but incomparably real. What was wrong with it? Without this understanding, there was only one result. When the incident happened, they were cannon fodder. When it happened, they were abandoned. Could it be that you thought that those big forces would stand out and take all the blame? We, the winged men, have thought about this problem for countless years. In the end, I only understood the profoundness of it after listening to the words of a swordsman. That's why we're where we are now. What your master said was actually correct. That person was indeed capable of great things, and he really did it, but, at that time, there were 4 people. 1 swordsman, 1 Xiong Ge, 1 your master, and 1 me, Snowy Feather. Now that the 3 of them are gone, I'm the only one left. The affairs of the world were impermanent. The choice of the heavens really made people speechless. Therefore, after I became a half-immortal, I gave myself the title Immortal in order to commemorate them. That unforgettable memory. The sorrow in your heart is for eternity. Su Ren was also immersed in her thoughts. There were many things in the past, present, and future. There was herself and others. She was completely unable to control herself and went with the flow. Aunt Shui, I heard that after the new era began, even ancient beasts couldn't escape the changes. A former king might not always be a king. Therefore, no one can say for sure what kind of changes will happen to Da Peng in the future. It's not unreasonable to make a private division now. Snowy Feather smiled. She couldn't do anything about the true temper of this junior. Little Su, your honest words really make me feel a little ashamed. However, though your words are a little crude, they do make sense. The four of them flew, and after a dozen days, others began to join them. After a few more days, they finally arrived at a space that felt like the center of wing-spread heaven and earth. However, what exactly was the purpose of coming here? In this space, including them, not including Su Ren, there were a total of 19 people. Among them, there were 5 winged men, 4 monks, and 7 Taoists. There were also 3 who couldn't be seen from their attire. All of them were full of vigor, and all of them were either 5th decay or 2nd severance. Judging from their aura alone, none of them were weak. Even the 5 hidden wings of the winged men who had received the boost from wing-spread heaven and earth were faintly the weakest among them. Su Ren was speechless. Is there a need to go so far to deal with one person? Great Darfar Snowy Feather introduced them to her because she wanted to use this method to let the world know the true details of this matter. Of the 4 monks, Monk Paiji and Monk Dulu were the first ones you saw. There's also Monk Shiluo of Great Snow Mountain, 2nd Severance of Interior Heaven, a Luo-kan of Carefree Heaven Kingdom, Preacher of Sutras of the Western Paradise, Lu of the Minister, Night Guardian of the 6th Heaven, 7 Planets Mori Heaven. Su Ren secretly clicked her tongue when she heard this. Of the 4 monks, none of them were exterior heaven. It wasn't that the exterior heaven elders and half-immortals didn't participate in this matter, but with their strength, they didn't have the right to participate. This was more terrifying. Monk Paiji, Dulu? His origins were mysterious, and no one understood him. It was also because of this mystery that no one dared to underestimate him. Great Snow Mountain's Monk Shi Luo was one of the top 5 in the 2nd Severance of Interior Heaven. The difference between interior heaven and exterior heaven was needless to say about their strength. The Carefree Heavenly Kingdom was actually a Buddhist kingdom in a dream. It was a place that didn't exist in reality, and for a place that didn't exist to be famous in the Western Heaven where Buddhism was flourishing, it could be seen from this that a Luo-kan status in the main world's Buddhism. The position of a sutra preacher was different from that of an abbot. It could be very low, but it could also be very noble. A Luo-kan was obviously the latter. To be able to become a sutra preacher in the Western Heaven, he was naturally also a sutra preacher of the other 3 heavens. He had received the Immortal Court's special permission to not be confined in the exterior heaven, which showed how much the Immortal Court's Buddhism valued him. The position of Night Guardian was an empty position, and more importantly, it represented a kind of recognition. There were 36 heavens above, and starting from the Great Crimson Heaven of the Grand Pure Realm of the 33 heavens, it was the territory of human immortals. Naturally, there was no need for mortal cultivators to guard it, but every day below the 33 heavens, there would be a Night Guardian. Night did not refer to the night, and there was no night or day in the sky. It actually referred to the so-called evil, and all unclean things. Of course, unclean things would not be so foolish as to run to places where immortals gathered, so this was an empty position. It meant that with this person's strength and virtue, he could be a guard dog of the Immortal Court in the lower realm. Similarly, he would not be restrained by the interior and exterior heavens, and could come and go freely. There were still 32 heavens below the 33 heavens, which meant that there were 32 qualified dogs. However, the Immortal Court was a huge mansion with 36 courtyards. Of course, the dogs guarding the outermost courtyard were the native dogs. Going further in, there were wolf dogs, shepherd dogs, hunting dogs, bulldogs, mastiffs, pastoral dogs, golden retrievers, huskies, pugs, and so on. The further in the courtyard they guarded, the closer they were to the 33 heavens where the immortals were in the inner courtyard. This meant that they were more loyal, more capable, more appreciated, and more likely to become immortals. Out of the 32 dogs, the law of the minister who could be the sixth guard of the courtyard was a dog with considerable strength. Chapter 2232. Snowy Feather sighed when she sensed Su Yu's surprise. Now do you understand why I'm not optimistic about that swordsman, Lu Xiaoyi? Even Li Wuya hasn't experienced such a situation. It can be seen how much the immortal court is afraid of Xuanyuan's sword vein after Li Wuya caused trouble. They have been observing to see if this Lu Xiaoyi has the potential of Li Wuya. Now that they have seen it, the result is to plow the court and sweep the cave, strike like thunder, and kill a chicken with a butcher's knife. In a sealed place like wings spreading sky, they are looking forward to finishing it in one fell swoop. Su took a deep breath and felt sad. In such a situation, she couldn't do anything. No matter how good her state of mind was, she couldn't help but doubt the path she had chosen. Then, what about the others? Xueyu glanced around. Let's talk about the 7 Taoists. Drunken young Taoist is one of the top masters of the exterior realm. You should have heard of him since we're both in the exterior realm. Taoist Hua Hai, the preacher of the Eastern Elephant Heaven, and the preacher of the Western Heaven, a Luo Kan. The two of them are mortal enemies in the Great Tao. Now, they are on the same side because of the swordsman. It's ridiculous. Center Buyi, it's said that he made a mistake as an immortal and was banished to the lower realm. Such a situation only happened in the immortal court. Now that the universe is in chaos, the immortal court can't even take care of itself. How could he be banished to the lower realm in such a chaotic world? What did he do in the upper realm? Not to mention how much strength he has left. Who in the main world can compare with him in terms of vision and knowledge? Who would want to be enemies with such a person? Yang Buyi, the #1 merchant in the universe. He dares to boast like this not because of how big his business is or how many businesses he has, but because he is the only cultivator in the main world who can do business in the immortal court. There are imperial merchants in the human world, and immortal merchants in the cultivation world. Immortals also need mortal goods from the lower realm, and they need his channels. It's not hard to imagine how rich he is. It's not something that can be measured by wealth and spiritual power. As long as the immortals in the immortal court casually leak something from between their fingers, it's enough to beat the brains of the people in the lower realm. Whoever dares to fight him will be smashed to death with all kinds of immortal artifact. Snowy Feather sighed while Su Ren shook her head. Since both of them had such backgrounds, there was really no need to fight this battle. He had to continue. Old woman Feng, the messenger of the land of the yellow dragon, under the immortal court, of course, it had to be different from other places. There had to be auspicious signs, colorful clouds, and gentle winds to set off the loftiness of the immortal court and increase the fantasy of the mortal world. Since there was a request, there must be someone below to take care of it. Bootlicking. Old woman Feng was in this line of work. She had a real immortal artifact in her hands, and it was not the same as Qian Bian's junk. One could well imagine her strength. Jueming Zi. On the 8th day, the night watchman of the Tai Chi heaven, guests of Kunlun. On the 1st day, the night watchman of the Tai Huang Tsungtian. Su Ren was a little puzzled. Aunt Xue often travels around the main world. This information is not something that ordinary people would know. But it's a little strange. Why are the night watchmen of Buddhism and Taoism from the lower heavens? On the 1st day, the 6th day, and the 8th day, there isn't even one from the 10 heavens. What about those of higher levels? Is there a reason for this? Snowy Feather sneered. That's why I said that you should come out more often. Don't just stay in the exterior realm and cultivate foolishly. You don't even know the ways of the world. Let me ask you. If you were a rich man in the mortal world and had a courtyard with 36 entrances and 32 dogs, some of these dogs are fierce, some of them have loud voices, some of them can eat, some of them are clingy, some of them are obedient, and some of them will pick up slippers for you. Then, where would you put the fierce dogs? Where would you raise the ones that can pick up slippers? Su Ren was speechless. I understand now. I can see that this swordsman did not offend the people of the main world, but the immortal court. Snowy Feather snorted. You finally understand. However, it's not entirely Lu Xiaoyi's fault. Their sword ancestor, Li Wuya, also played a very important role in it. As a result, they're like a rat crossing the street now, and have become the target of public criticism. What about the other three? Su Ren was a meticulous person. Snowy Feather shook her head slightly. The other three are unorthodox. Their origins are complicated and mysterious. I only know that two of them are from the earth. They are called Wu Shen and Tu Ju Lang. As for the last one, I don't know. He didn't introduce himself either. Su Ren looked at these real experts that she could not even meet on a normal day. She could not help but sigh at the strength of the old order. As long as they made a call, they would immediately gather together. However, where were such a powerful group in the hundreds of thousands of years of struggle of the Vanguard Star? Just like what Snowy Feather had said to her before, there was actually a sense of dissatisfaction in the depths of her heart. She had hidden it very deeply and had never shown it to others. She would only reveal it occasionally. For example, right now. The more powerful these people were, the more her heart would lean towards the swordsman's side. This was not sympathy for the weak. Cultivators would not have such cheap sympathy. She leaned towards the swordsman's side because she really detested these high and mighty so-called orthodoxies. The disgust that came from the depths of her soul was like a mountain pressing down on her body, preventing her from being free and unable to breathe. What were these people gathering here for? She could not ask. Snowy Feather was already very responsible for telling her the names and origins of each person. As for their battle plans, this was not something a captive should ask. Not long after, the group of people began to move, probably because they felt that everyone who should be here had arrived. To be more precise, it was the 5 hidden wings that began to move. The 5 winged men lined up in a pentagram formation. They each stood at the apex and secretly channeled their elemental energy. Under the circulation of a mysterious force, the space seemed to be different. She did not know much about the Tao of space, but since she had reached the demigod realm, she more or less had some understanding. She felt that the space around her seemed to be gradually being compressed. Snowy Feather was very relaxed. It was not only because her cultivation was high, but also because what they were doing now was not an explosive method of control. It was slow and gradual. She guessed what Snowy Feather was thinking and explained, "You feel it? You guessed right. What we are doing now is compressing the space." The swordsman's strength and unfathomable strength were largely due to the fact that the boundless space provided them with enough space to move freely. This allowed them to be fearless of the disparity in numbers. This was also the real reason why they were often able to fight when they were outnumbered. What we are doing now is compressing the space of the winged heaven and earth from the size of several universes to the limit of less than half a universe. In this kind of space, demigod realm cultivators would no longer be able to conceal their actions. The 10 or so people here can be fully used. This is the power of the old order. Not only do they have to take advantage of the number of people, they also have to take advantage of the geographical location. As for the timing, this is probably a threshold for the new power, right? Chapter 2233. As soon as Lu Xiaoyi was brought into the wings spreading heaven and earth, he knew that he couldn't get out of this space after a few tries. This was the self-drawn space of the immortal rock. It had the power of a true immortal lattice. It was completely different from those immortal-like spaces and false immortal spaces. It was a little similar to the quicksand array on Melonstar, but it was even more unpredictable. Or rather, he didn't know where to start to break the restrictions of this space. This was the difference between mortal cultivators and immortals. It was a chasm. But he didn't panic. Even if it was the work of an immortal, it still had to abide by the rules of the heavenly Tao. In the end, if they wanted to touch him, they still had to do it. He was sure that he might encounter some strange people here. He didn't believe that these people would fight with him in a gentlemanly manner. As early as tens of thousands of years ago, such challenges had disappeared. The higher one's cultivation level, the more so. Only a small cultivator like Jin Dan, a foundation establishment cultivator, would be immersed in the so-called integrity of fairness. As one's cultivation level became higher and higher, one would realize that there was no fairness in the cultivation world. The other party's fighting power was not as good as yours, but you still hoped that the other party would foolishly come to you and challenge you fairly. This in itself was a kind of unfair. Fairness included many things, including having more connections and pulling in more helpers, being able to choose the battle environment, and being able to force you into a situation. These things were actually also a part of strength. He wanted to challenge an order, not a person. He should be prepared to be attacked by this order. Lu Xiaoyi was well aware of this, so he didn't care. One day, when others thought of him, Lu Xiaoyi, they would think of a force and subconsciously compare themselves to this force. Then, they would give up and become people with their tails between their legs. That would be another kind of order, an order that belonged to him. When you want to challenge someone, you have to be prepared to face unfairness. Otherwise, don't cause trouble. He smiled slightly and patted the space of the small world. However, he suddenly realized that the small world was no longer there. It was just a layer of skin. What was left here was just a dot, a singularity. It was a little specious. He believed that even an immortal wouldn't be able to tamper with the small world he carried with him. Then, there could only be two possibilities as to why there was a problem. Either it was the old white tiger's doing, or it was blocked out by the immortal rock's space. If it was the latter, he was afraid that he would really have to go through all the difficulties here. It was just that he had adjusted the difficulty of the game from hell to purgatory. It wasn't a big deal. He had basically seen all the people in the inner and outer scenic sky. He had never completely revealed his true strength and had always been suppressing it, trying his best to make himself look normal. He had been waiting for this day, waiting for the moment when his opponent revealed their true intentions. Just as he was about to leave, he stopped right before he moved. He carefully looked at the strange singularity and vaguely felt that something was wrong. If it was the immortal rock's spatial technique that had blocked out the small world that contained Laro Bai, it should not have left behind such a singularity, or perhaps, the singularity suddenly changed. From a single point, a vortex-shaped wormhole began to appear. It was like a funnel that kept spinning. The complicated spiral lines made one dizzy. Then, a mini white tiger jumped out from it. It grew in the air and turned into a majestic white tiger king. Just as he was about to speak, the singularity underwent another transformation as it spun. First, an elegant leg appeared. Then, the hem of a daoist robe shook elegantly. Finally, a white, slender hand that was filled with power reached out from the vortex. What was wrong with this person? He was very arrogant. Did this mean, little ones, serve me? Lu Xiaoyi was a tactful and quick-witted person. He realized something and immediately went forward. He knelt on one knee and held the elegant hand with both hands while nodding and bowing. Lu Xiaoyi welcomes ancestor. That hand shook his hands away. A person with slanted eyebrows and a handsome figure came out. He stood upright and laughed at the sky. Shenyuan sword vein, 3 generations of the old, middle-aged, and young. This time, we are all gathered. Lu Xiaoyi bowed. Greetings, Ancestor Lu. Chong Lu waved his hand. Call me senior brother. Laro Bai, as I said, this kid doesn't care whether you or I come or not. Look at him, he's pretending to be in fear and trepidation. In fact, he was thinking in his heart, these old guys are here to cause trouble for him again. Well, am I being a bit pretentious? But let me tell you, senior brother used to pretend like this. However, in terms of environment and situation, I'm far inferior to senior brother. Lu Xiaoyi was in a good mood. The battle after was not something he cared about. He valued the gathering of the old, middle-aged, and young more than anything else. No matter where they were, no matter what would happen in the future, Xuanyuan's top forces were gathered. What could stop them? With a wave of his hand, fine wine and delicacies from the storage ring were served. The 3 of them ate and drank heartily in the air. Only by eating and drinking well could one work well. This was Xuanyuan's tradition. Laro Bai swallowed a roasted lamb and said in a muffled voice, "You kid, you underestimate the heroes of the world. Do you think you can fool everyone with that lousy little world of yours? If we hadn't replaced it with the oddity, you would have suffered a big setback this time." Lu Xiaoyi chuckled. Senior brother, Laro Bai, are you working together to deceive me? You've already made up your mind to use me as a cover to attract hatred. Chonglu pointed at him. The universe is in chaos, the era is changing, demons are dancing, and demons are running rampant. You so-called emerging forces don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. You don't understand the struggle of the great Tao. There's no one without you. In these hundreds of years, you've killed to your heart's content and stirred up enough trouble. Do you really think that those with vested interests are vegetarians and that you can dismantle their foundations? They're just waiting for the right time. When the time comes, they'll immediately plough the court and sweep the acupoints. That's their usual style. Lu Xiaoyi smiled. I'm in the middle of the situation and got a little carried away. Senior brother, you're a bystander. Chong Lu raised his cup and drank. Good wine. Is this the sweet potato at the foot of the Shenyuan mountain? It's something that I used to drink with my senior brothers and sisters when I was young. Little Yi, you're so considerate. Killing has its benefits. Let them know our strength. There's also a reason for stirring up trouble. Let the entire universe understand the general trend. But behind closed doors, we can talk among ourselves. We can't lose our lives. That's the absolute truth. All these years, I've been observing this opportunity in the inner and outer sky and all over the universe. That's why I asked Laro Bai to invite you. In fact, the two of us were already prepared. Little Yi, you're the main character. We old guys have to send you off no matter what. We're old and can't do our best all the time. You also have your own friends and your own circle. But at the critical juncture, Xuanyuan's tradition will never let someone face it alone. Chapter 2234. Demon Lord said it casually, but Lu Xiaoyi knew what it meant to be on the move for thousands of years. In Shenyuan, he was not the only one fighting, but he would not thank him, because this was also not a tradition of Shenyuan. Just like how they never thanked Li Wuya, it was meaningless. Finishing what he hadn't finished was the greatest gratitude he could give to him. Senior brother, I carried the small world with me. I didn't even feel it when you did such a thing. This is too magical. Demon Lord smiled. This is a lesson. Never carry that old thing with you. Otherwise, when he is hungry at night, he may treat you as a midnight snack. White Tiger roared to show his dissatisfaction. Demon Lord continued, this is senior brother's novel ability. I will teach you later. He comprehended the theory of the universe's singularity in a place called the Peach Blossom Spring. Later, because of the inner and outer scenic sky and the Sky Eye's teleportation, he could save on foot strength, so he never really put his heart into the arrangement of the singularity. However, although this theory of the singularity is troublesome to teleport, it has a different effect in space concealment. Don't underestimate the immortal Peng's space self-drawing. All living things can't be brought into this space without its consent. No matter where you hide, whether it's a spirit beast bag or a small world, we will not let you hide it. We considered that this time, the power of order might be finished in one fell swoop, so we took this opportunity to hide. I hope you don't disappoint me. Those who come are the real power of order, not those cats and dogs of the inner and outer scenic sky. White Tiger growled, no. I have a hunch that there are very few top experts of the inner and outer scenic sky among the people who come. I think they should be those experts who usually hide their strength and bide their time. This time, we will destroy a wave of them and see if they have become fools by hiding their strength and biding their time. Demon Lord laughed, that's right. Old Bai has cultivated his body and mind for tens of thousands of years, but I think it's useless. He hasn't developed a good temper. The three of them drank and drank to their heart's content. They talked about everything except the danger they were facing. To them, this was just a normal experience in a swordsman's life. It was just like how an official had to attend court every day, or a lady had to receive guests every day. They had done it every day in the past, and would not stop in the future. It was a daily routine. What was there to talk about? Regardless of whether it was inside or outside the universe, history, past and present, time passed extremely quickly. Lu Xiaoyi cherished this opportunity very much, because he felt that if he wanted to have such an opportunity again in the future, he was afraid that he would not get it. Of course, they could feel the shrinking of space. Similarly, There was nothing new about it. After so many years, the other orthodoxies had only come up with the same few moves to counter the sword vein. There was nothing new about it. You want to constrict space and restrict the movement of the swordsman? A swordsman would still be a swordsman even if he were to hide in a bedroom with a sword in hand. They drank until the sky turned dark, until they sensed that the shrinking of space had stopped, and everything around them became calm again. Demon Lord stood up and pushed his cup. Let's drink and eat to our heart's content. As the old saying goes, walk 100 steps after a meal. There's no need to go to the pharmacy. Shall we go now? The three of them walked side by side, and their killing intent began to rise slowly after drinking. Lu Xiaoyi did not know Li Wuya's true personality from what he heard, and thought. However, he now knew that he only valued Li Wuya's way of doing things. As a Shenyuan sword vein disciple who was widely acknowledged to be the most similar to the Crow ancestor, and had also received a lot of teachings from the Crow ancestor. This was the true style of the ancient swordsman, doing things his own way, unscrupulous. He had found his own shortcomings. Most of the time, he lacked this kind of spirit to poke through the sky and sleep with it. But at the same time, he was also very clear that he could not have this kind of spirit, because his goal was to accomplish things, not to have fun. This was a well-planned ambush, but it was also an open and above-board battle. Up until now, they had already planned everything that needed to be planned. At their level, they wouldn't be so naive as to reveal their trump cards one by one in the middle of a battle. Sword cultivators weren't like that, and true experts weren't like that either. Laying out the plan in advance, and then going all out to strike. The simplest way was the most effective way to fight. As for who their opponents were, they only had a rough idea, and it was limited to guessing who the power belonged to. As for the specific people, other than the possibility of Dopeng coming, they knew nothing else. But that was not important. They were going to die anyway, so what was the point of knowing so much? No matter who came, there were only 3 of them here. In Chonglu's words, the suppression of the new power by the old order was ultimately the suppression of the sword vein by some people. There were many reasons, and it was not something that a swordsman could bear. From the time of Emperor Shenyuan and General Shi Jiao, there were already clues. When it came to Li Wuya, the sword vein's fate was already decided. When Lu Xiaoyi rose in revolt, it was only to put this kind of conflict on the surface, and there was no room for reconciliation between the two sides. Using the window of time when the era changed, it was completely resolved. They could not retreat, they could not compromise. There was no way out, because the other side would not give the sword vein any chance to survive. Once they failed here, it would be the dome, Mount Yi, and then the sword vein's orthodoxy that would expand to the entire universe. In the new power, the sword vein was the backbone. After the new era, it would be the world of the enterprising. After the new era, there would be no sword vein. Therefore, this was the last meal, because it could really be the last meal. Lu Xiaoyi also put away the contempt in his heart. From the words of the 2 seniors, he knew that even the top experts of the inner and outer scenic skies were not qualified to participate in this hunt. One could imagine what kind of people would come. He was not familiar with these people. For people with weak wills, this might cause a certain psychological fear, and it would slowly manifest in the following battles. However, Lu Xiaoyi's brain circuit was relatively clear. His thought was, I don't understand you, but do you understand me? The auras in front of him were very clear, one after another. 20 auras were placed there without any restraint, without any concealment. This was also a kind of confidence of the opponent, a kind of involuntary psychological pressure. However, this kind of pressure was child's play to the 3 swordsmen who had just finished their farewell meal and drinking farewell wine. In the distance, a tall decorated archway towered over the horizon. It was somewhat comical and inappropriate for such a thing to appear here, but this was a kind of thinking of the winged men. They were caught between 2 sides, and were in a difficult position, so they could only stand on the side of the strong. However, they did not forget to put on a last piece of cloth to cover their embarrassment, to show that they had no other choice. In order to find an excuse, a line of words was hung on the archway: the winged men will never be slave. Lu Xiaoyi smiled, and added another line when he passed by: unless you provide food and accommodation. Chapter 2235. Su Ren was surprised to see 3 Taoists approaching from afar. In fact, she wasn't the only one who was surprised. The winged ones were surprised as well. The human experts were also surprised. Daoist Drunken Yang was the most impatient. He turned his head and looked in the direction of the winged man. Based on what I know, Rock Journey's 10,000 li is an immortal realm space. It can completely isolate unrelated people from appearing. Then, who were these 2 people? How did they get in? Was it a coincidence? Or is it artificial indulgence? This space was called Wing Spreading Heaven and Earth by the winged men, but it was called Rock Soaring 10,000 li by the human cultivators. His real name should have been Rock of 10,000 miles, but the winged man had made it vague in order to draw a clear line between himself and the rock. Daoist Drunken Yang's words were very blunt. In fact, he was asking if the other 2 people were secretly let in by the winged tribe. He couldn't take the blame for this, so Master Man immediately retorted, Rock travels 10,000 miles is the immortal realm, so it should be controlled by the immortal realm or the rock realm. We are only winged men, we can only order our maids around and provide the most basic elemental energy support, but we can't change the rules of the immortal realm. Fellow drunken son thinks too highly of us. Zui Yang was in disbelief and was about to say something when Ju Mingzi stopped him. Calm down. Even in the immortal realm, there was no space in the cultivation world that couldn't be entered. Treasured realms that couldn't be broken were just some minor details, so why bother? 1 or 3, what's the difference? The Kunlun visitor smiled in agreement. I've observed the chi dynamics of these 3 people. They all originate from Xuanyuan's sword vein. That's good as well. We'll be able to gather them all together and catch them all in one fell swoop. It'll save us the trouble of running around in the future. There was also a difference in status between these people. Carefully speaking, the 3 36-day night watchers had a higher status. Their identities were noble, and they were among the dozens of people who were closest to the immortal court. Naturally, they took on the responsibility of leading the hunt. They didn't need to be specially elected. In the world of cultivation, especially in the old order, seniority and status could be measured. There were laws to be followed, but the rules wouldn't be broken. On the 6th day, the night watchman looked at the crowd. Who knows those 2? Everyone looked at each other. In the end, it was the great snow mountain Shilar of the interior sky who answered the question. He had been in the interior sky for 10,000 years, so he was familiar with every cultivator in the interior sky, even if they were rarely seen. One of them is called Chong Lu, a peak half-immortal with a lifespan of more than 20,000 years. He's from the same generation as Li Wuya. I'm very curious as to how he managed to live for so long. The other one was a strange beast who had once joined Shenyuan. His human identity was Xuanyuan's 6th ancestor, Wei Ji, but he was actually a white tiger. These 2 people were the cornerstones of Xuanyuan's sword faction. Together with Lu Xiaoyi, they represented Xuanyuan's past, present, and future. Therefore, I agree with fellow Daoist Kunlun. If we send these 3 away, the Shenyuan sword school will be like a toothless tiger. They will no longer be a threat. The 3 night watchmen discussed and immediately made a decision. The original plan did not change, but the target changed from 1 to 3. The entire immortal rock space was compressed from several times the size of the universe to half the size of the universe. This was the limit of the immortal rock space. For these people, it was just right to be used as a battlefield. They would not be unable to move around because the space was too small, and they would not be unable to locate their opponents because the space was too big. Ju Mingzi was the night watchman of the 8th day. In theory, his position was the highest. He did not hold back and looked at the crowd. Although there are 3 swordsmen, their sword vein orthodoxy would never team up with the 3 of them. This is not their style. If that's the case, then it's exactly what we want. They won't be so stupid. If 3 Dharma cultivators were surrounded here, they would definitely team up to support each other. However, this was not the swordsman's specialty. They would not team up to fight against the Taoist and Buddhist elites who were the best at formations. They would also lose the advantage of being able to move freely. Based on my estimation, They should be fighting on their own and then looking for opportunities to coordinate their tactics. Since that's the basic strategy, we should target them. I don't care about the specific techniques and tactics. Everyone has their own strengths, so just use them. I will only arrange for specific target. Don't fight in a mess. Attack one person, attack another. The sword vein orthodoxy is the best at fighting in a mess. Once our arrangements are messed up, their opportunity will come. Therefore, we have to set the battle target. Does anyone have any objections? No one objected. This was the advice of an old man. It was also a combination of experience and practicality. From this, it could be seen that the night watchman of the 8th day did not lead a leisurely life. He was also very experienced in group battles. Since no one has any objections, I will make the decision. The 3 of us will each lead a team to target the 3 Shenyuan swordsmen. Once you have confirmed, I will say this first. Don't change your targets just because the opportunity is good. It will cause chaos and it is unwise. I believe that on average, 6 people against 1 swordsman. With everyone's status in their respective fields, how can you not deal with 1 swordsman? This was a very good suggestion. Apart from a certain problem with the details, Minister Lu, as the night watchman of the 6th day and a Buddhist, also gave his own opinion. Fellow Daoist Ju Mingzi, your Dafa needle is very accurate. Am I just going to talk about some small details here? Isn't it too conservative to divide the 3 teams equally? I think that between the 3 of them, we should focus on different arrangements based on their actual strength. We should try to create a gap in the shortest time possible. As long as we can break through one of their links, the rest will be easily solved. Ju Mingzi was not stubborn. That's good. However, us old fellows don't move around the main world often, so we don't have much information. Fellow Daoist Shi Luo, since you are familiar with all 3 of them, why don't you tell us who is stronger and who is weaker among the 3? Shi Luo pondered for a moment. He knew the situation of these people. There were not many people in the interior and exterior world who were familiar with the situation of the main world. They were all high and mighty masters who did not care about worldly affairs. Only he and Zui Yang of the exterior world knew more about the situation. These 3 swordsmen were all from the interior world, so he had the most right to speak. If he did not handle this well, it could affect the outcome. He had to be cautious and had to have evidence. He could not just rely on hearsay and rumors. He had to have evidence and facts to back him up. Among the 3 swordsmen, we only have one real target, the youngest, Lu Xiaoyi. He is also the one who is most likely to break the balance in the changing of the eras. Just like Li Wuya of the Shenyuan Empire, what we want to eliminate is a potential, a possibility. For this, we have gathered a lot of forces and followed the principle of killing chickens with a group of ox cleavers. I don't know who is in charge. However, since I was notified, I came. It is my responsibility to contribute to the order. I believe that all of us are duty-bound to do so. However, please forgive my straightforwardness. I personally think that we are a little too paranoid and overly paranoid. Chapter 2236. Shi Luo was careful with his words. He was a cautious person and didn't want to mislead everyone with his judgment. Lu Xiaoyi has a brilliant battle record. Among the half-immortals in the main world, no one has been able to surpass him in the past few thousand years. He deserves to be known as the best swordsman in the rising power. But does this mean that he can crush those at the peak of the half-immortal level? 1 against 2. How many against? I don't think there is a necessary connection. My opinion is based on concrete evidence. Looking at his performance in the last few large-scale expeditions, I really haven't seen him fight against a few, or even a dozen people by himself. In the world-ending Battle of Heng River, it was a large-scale battle. The strength of the people of Heng River was also limited. How could the battle of hundreds of sun gods and half-immortals be comparable? In the tug-of-war battle of the inner and outer Jingtian, due to the rules of the battle, it was at most 1 against 2 or 3. He did win, but it wasn't a sure win. There were still many exterior half-immortals who escaped from his hand. Wu Chou's illusion outside the road was a sneak attack. He killed countless people on the road of no return, but don't forget that he had the help of the Phoenix and the exterior Great Spear Marjan. I have also carefully studied his life and found that instead of saying that he has unparalleled battle power, it is better to say that he is very good at taking advantage of others. He was always able to pull the battle to his side, but he would never recklessly fight to the death. If we don't consider that he does use a flying sword, I think he is more like a spell cultivator. He is proficient in the art of moving freely and has many friends. He has friends everywhere. If the one surrounding him is Li Wuya, I wouldn't mind even if there were so many people. But is such a person really the same as Li Wuya? Everyone nodded. As a cultivator, they didn't believe in rumors and didn't spread rumors. However, creating rumors was a basic quality. What were rumors? To these old foxes who had lived for tens of thousands of years, they were all too clear. They were all used to achieve a certain goal. There was one thing they were clear about. This Lu Xiaoyi was indeed different from the previous Li Wuya. Li Wuya relied on his strength, so to defeat him, they couldn't consider using force, but other aspect. They did so, and they did succeed. This was called avoiding the strong and striking the weak, playing to one's strengths and avoiding one's weaknesses. By the same logic, although this Lu Xiaoyi's strength was not bad, he did not seem to have reached the level of Li Wuya. Instead, he relied on his unhindered skills. Therefore, if he wanted to defeat him, he couldn't rely on the art of traversing. Instead, he had to use simple brute force. This was the basic idea that they had come here to solve the problem. Schiller continued, originally, this was not a problem. Since we are all here, we don't care if he is strong or weak. However, since the situation has changed, and two of his sword ancestors have appeared, we need to analyze his combat power in depth. Only then can we have a clear idea of what level he is at. Among the three targets, we need to have a clear idea of what level he is at. Zhu Mingzi could not hold it in any longer. This monk had a meticulous way of thinking and valued facts. His analysis was meticulous, and his judgment was clear. The only thing was that he was talkative. Tell me the conclusion. If you carry on with your analysis, the swordsman will come knocking on our door. Schiller smiled awkwardly. He liked this, but the time and place did not seem right. I think, among the three of them, Chong Lu is the strongest. He is unfathomable. Back then, he was known as the Demon Sword Lord. Now, I don't know how strong he is. As someone from the same generation as Li Wuya, he has learned a lot from Li Wuya. The older he is, the more dangerous he is. White Tiger's strength should be similar to Lu Xiaoyi's. But let's not forget that White Tiger is a beast. In terms of body and elemental energy, the current Lu Xiaoyi can't compare at all. Therefore, there must be a comparison. Chong Lu is the most important, White Tiger is the second, and Lu Xiaoyi is the least important. This is also the reason why he found these two helpers. If they are not as good as him, then what's the point of having such helpers? Schiller was the real deal. But more importantly, his way of thinking was in line with the mainstream way of thinking of these people. They looked down on the new forces and looked down on the young people. They valued the growth of age and strength, but they completely ignored the possibility that some people had actually spent most of their time as dog. Therefore, rather than saying that they agreed with Schiller's view, it was better to say that they agreed with themselves more. They agreed with this ancient circle of people who kept to the old order. This was something in their bones that had been tainted for tens of thousands of years. Not to mention changing it, they could not even do it themselves. The three night watchers made a decision. Zhu Mingzi no longer hesitated. The three of us night watchers will each lead a team. I will lead 5 winged people, 2 Edwardian friends, and a traveler, a total of 9 people to deal with Chong Lu. The Kunlun friends will lead 6 Taoists to kill White Tiger. Master Lu of the minister and his group of 4 monks hunted Lu Xiaoyi. With this as the foundation, we must not overstep it. We must control the battles properly and do not give them the chance to interweave and gather. Everyone must remember, time is on our side. There is no need to rush. Everything should be done safely. If nearly 20 people besieging 3 swordsmen and causing a lot of casualties, it will be a disgrace to all of us. Everyone nodded in agreement. This was indeed a very good strategy. They had a clear grasp of the strengths and weaknesses between orthodoxies. Hidden Wings was the main force, supplemented by Edwardian friends, and controlled by Zhu Mingzi. This was a classic strategy of using the body's qi and blood to fight against the old and experienced. There were 9 people in total, which was quite impressive. The Taoists besieging White Tiger was the authentic delaying tactic. Using cooperation and experience in formations to wear down a strange beast with a strong vitality was what the Taoists were best at. The Buddhist sect's suppression of Lu Xiaoyi seemed to be a little belittling of the main character. However, the abilities of these 4 monks were extraordinary. One was a night watchman, one was a sutra preacher, one was a Paiji monk, and one was an interior second severance. No matter how one looked at it, there was no reason for there to be any changes. Zhu Mingzi had spoken these words clearly to everyone and did not hide them. Once the battle started, everything would be known. There was no need to hide it, so the people at the side were also shocked. She was thinking, if she joined the swordsman group, how much pressure would she be able to share? The answer was very cruel. She might only be able to fight against one, and the result would depend on how long she lasted. Perhaps, it would be more appropriate for her to stay here and watch the battle unfold. She looked at Snow Feather and said softly, "Aunt Snow, you must be careful. Don't think that there is only one swordsman surrounded by 9 people. That old swordsman is from the same era as Li Wuya." Snow Feather said helplessly, "Don't worry. I know a lot more about Li Wuya than anyone else. No matter if it's me or my senior brothers, they won't charge in recklessly. This is not our battle, so there's no need to risk our lives here." Chapter 2237. After the plan was set, everyone moved out in batches because the 3 swordsmen had already crossed the archway and were advancing towards them. It was as if they didn't know that there were only 3 of them. Or perhaps, the 3 tigers didn't care about the pack of wolves in front of them. Chong Lu was in the middle, Lu Xiaoyi was at the bottom left, and White Tiger was at the bottom right. Shuiyu, who was flying, couldn't help but sigh again. It was as if time had returned to 20,000 years ago. The same 3 people were fearless in the face of the tide of winged people. They formed the famous battle formation, Crystal Formation. This time, the serious swordsmen began to open up a path with their sword river. The 3 of them released their flying swords at the same time. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 million flying swords rolled over like the tide of the sea. The tide of the universe was like a white line. One moment it was far away, and the next moment it was right in front of them. From the beginning of the battle, the result was completely different from the masters. In terms of cooperation, theoretically speaking, one person was the most perfect because there was no need for cooperation. The core idea was that the fewer people, the more the orthodoxy, and the more effective the cooperation. The opposite was a group of so-called experts with different orthodoxies, different Taoists and Buddhists. Even if they were under the same Daoist sect, the 7 Taoists weren't on the same path. Furthermore, there were 4 monks, 5 hidden wings, 2 ancestral shamans, and 1 Daoist traveler who didn't belong to the same path. Therefore, it was impossible for them to form a complete line of defense against the rolling tide of sword. If any one of them was singled out, they would have their own methods. However, when 19 of them were gathered together, they didn't have a suitable method. It was laughable, but it was the cruel truth. This was also the reason why they had to split up. Of course, being unable to effectively block them did not mean that they were in danger. It was nothing more than exchanging space for time. All they had to do was to spread out. When the swarm of flying swords really locked onto someone, that person would naturally have their own way to deal with it. In the eyes of an ordinary person, the reaction of the old cultivators was really quick and decisive. Zhu Mingzi's group of 9 was in the middle of the tide of swords, heading towards Chong Lu in the middle. The 6 members of the Kunlun visitors' Daoist group headed towards the bottom left corner. That should be where the White Tiger was. Lu of the Prime Minister and the other 3 monks sank to the right. They had to deal with the real main character, the little shit stirrer Lu Xiaoyi. The sword tide was truly too magnificent, and it almost blocked off everything. Divine sense, visual sense, and all other senses were unable to penetrate the ferocious sword chi tide. The ordinary people could not see it, and the old cultivators in front could not see it either. Their direction was just a feeling. But sometimes, feelings can cause problems. Zhu Mingzi immediately gave a warning when he noticed that the sword tide was blocking his divine sense. Attention! They might be able to attack one wing. Concentrating firepower on a single point was the simplest and most effective strategy. From the scuffles of street gangsters fighting for territory, to the wars in the mortal world, and then to the group wars in the cultivation world, this strategy had never been outdated. On the contrary, it became more and more sophisticated. This was because only with the instantaneous movement ability of cultivators could they achieve a perfect joint attack to the greatest extent. The question was it the left? Right? There was no trace of them. The people present were all old foxes, and each of them used their own methods and magic. Some opened their heavenly eyes, some used their divine sense, and some released their divine sense. For a moment, the entire sword tide was filled with all kinds of magic. There was only one result: mutual interference, and no one was better off. But there were also some powerful ones. At the same time, a few people shouted, "Right wing, right wing." It was indeed difficult to guess, because the three swordsmen were mixed in with the tens of thousands of sword lights. They themselves had become sword lights, and it was difficult to distinguish them at the first moment. The key was that it was meaningless to distinguish them too late, because the attack had already begun. The right wing was the direction of White Tiger. In the sword tide, Chong Lu and Lu Xiaoyi appeared at the left and right of White Tiger at the same time. This was through the horizontal movement of the sword tide, and did not involve space, so the opponent's spatial perception was useless. In such a high-level battle, the more powerful the skill, the more useful it was not. Sometimes, clumsy methods could catch the opponent off guard. White Tiger opened his mouth, and his body changed shape with his mouth. A ferocious and fierce White Tiger appeared with a roar. This was not a sword skill, but his innate ability, roaring Tiger's body. With his tens of thousands of years of cultivation, this roar was able to disturb the mind, move the sound, create chaos, and pierce the soul. With just this roar, the area in front of him became a forbidden area for spells. Within a few breaths, the defensive spells of the few Taoists in this area became ineffective. But this was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that White Tiger's huge body followed his roar. Wherever his roar went, his body would follow. The battle had just begun, and this old White Tiger had already started to close in on them without any regard for his life. This was beyond the expectations of the few Taoists on the right wing. But everyone had a reverse scale. If they ran when you roared, how would they survive in the future? If it was a mortal being roared at by a tiger, it would be normal for them to turn around and run. They were not inferior to White Tiger in terms of strength, so how could they be scared? At this moment, their companions around them warned them. By the time they wanted to react, it was too late. Under the huge White Tiger's neck, two people were hanging. When the White Tiger pounced into the group of Taoists, the two people had already jumped down and leaped out. They still did not have flying swords. They were like two hooligans holding kitchen knives in the market. Their flying swords could not be used now because the three of them had to maintain the 10 million level sword tide. If they used their flying swords here, the sword tide would definitely weaken, and the 10 or so Taoists would instantly surround them. Therefore, with their flying swords outside, everyone would use their swords to attack. White Tiger was in charge of blocking, and the two humans were in charge of killing. The time left for them was very short, just 3 breaths. The two of them had to choose the easiest opponent in this short period of time. They could not be timid, nor could they be greedy. This was a test of their wills that had been through hundreds of battles. One left and one right, cut down in a cross. The body turned into a long rainbow, and the killing intent was high. The wind blew like scissors. Yang Xiaotian mixed in with the group of Taoists. An immortal artifact floated in front of him and spun randomly above his head. That stupid White Tiger thought that this could scare off a cultivator like him. It was really blinded by lard. He had a lot of immortal artifacts, so many that he had to consider the effect that he could achieve before throwing them out. The so-called throwing immortal artifacts to kill people was actually a joke. There was a limit to how many immortal artifacts a mortal cultivator could use. It was like a small horse pulling a big carriage. If you were not satisfied with pulling one, how many more would you want to pull? The one he threw out now was a treasure of the immortal court that was specially used to restrain disobedient demonic beasts. It was called the horsewhip. In fact, it was an old item that needed to be replaced. In the end, it ended up in his hands. No matter how old it was still an immortal artifact. Once the horsewhip was used, any beast would not be able to withstand 3 whips. They would definitely become weak and obedient. Therefore, he actually did not feel any pressure in this battle. It was an easy task, but he had mobilized a lot of people. He had just lashed out with the whip when he received a warning in his mind. Almost at the same time, 2 bright lights cut down from the left and right of his body. He realized the danger, but he had already lost the time to react. He only had time to crush the life-saving immortal talisman in his hand. Chapter 2238. The name of the talisman was gold. It was one of the famous 5 elements immortal talismans of the immortal court. It sounded simple, but it had a very practical effect, which was to be immune to all metal element attack. His opponents were all swordsmen, so of course, they would use the gold talisman instead of the other 5 elements immortal talismans, such as the water-repelling talisman, earth-transforming talisman, and so on. The immortal court's talismans ignored the realm of cultivation. This was the suppression of the realm, so the gold talisman was completely different from the trash of the mortal world. This was the power of the immortal court. It did not involve too complicated changes, but pursued the essence of Tao. Chong Lu waved the demon sword and pulled the Taoist's waist diagonally. The first feeling was as if there was no force. He reacted very quickly, knowing that the sword could not be used. His right hand took advantage of the situation and clamped Yang Xiaotian's left ankle. Lu Xiaoyi's 7 ants belt swept across the Taoist's ribs and abdomen. As soon as he touched it, he knew that the 5 elements restrained each other. This was not a matter of life and death, it was not a problem that could be solved by the realm of Tao, but the difference between immortal and mortal. His reaction was also sharp. His left hand reached out and grabbed Yang Xiaotian's right ankle. The two did not discuss at all, but made the same reaction. The sword did not work, and immediately flew apart. The Taoist in the air howled miserably. He had been torn into 2 pieces. It was not over yet. Rebirth gave this immortal merchant from the lower realm a chance to start all over again, but the decision was not up to him. Instead, it was up to the 2 sword cultivator assassins to accurately find out his past and future, and whether his fellow Taoists could lend him a helping hand in time. White Tiger had already been cast with several forbidden spells. As the most obvious target to attract the enemy's attention, he had successfully attracted the attention of 3 Taoists at the beginning of the battle. However, the other 3 Taoists were still as calm as before, unmoved by his actions. Now, he knew that it was time to leave. When the difference in strength between the 2 sides was not too big, speed was his life. White Tiger's body bent down, coiled up, and slammed forward again. The power that bound him broke down layer by layer, and the heavy blow made him stagger a little. But the time he gained from the collision still gave him a good opportunity to control the flying sword. The sword tide quietly weakened, from 10 million to below 10 million, but with the sword light opening the way, White Tiger regained his speed and recovered his ability to move freely. Demon Lord rushed to escape. He didn't retreat but went forward. He and White Tiger went in the opposite direction. They were all absolute experts who had rolled through life and death situations. The moment both sides came into contact with each other, they knew that this group of half-immortals was not easy to get along with. They were completely different from those so-called strong practitioners of the inner and outer scenic sky that they usually saw. Therefore, they could not persist in the cooperation of the 3 of them. From the beginning of the attack until now, only 1 breath had passed. Although the 6 Taoists were a little flustered, their reactions were not messed up in the slightest. It was only because the attacks of the 2 of them were too swift and fierce that they suffered the loss of the sheep. However, this kind of loss could be corrected. The monks and hidden wings were speeding over, leaving them with only 1 breath of time. There was no need to maintain the sword tide. At the same time that White Tiger pulled out his sword and retreated, Chong Lu's sword light gathered again. His target was the two Kunlun guests and drunken young Daoist, who had not made a move before and were now trying to protect young Xiaohui's reborn body. The Kunlun guest did not move because he wanted to control the entire situation. However, the result of his control was that young Piao was torn apart. This made him lose a lot of face. Therefore, he had to protect the safety of his rebirth. However, just as he was about to put up a barrier for young Piao's rebirth, Chong Lu's sword light had already whizzed over. His aura was filled with determination. That was the full blow of a 20,000-year-old swordsman. He could not afford to be careless. White Tiger pulled the three Taoists and retreated quickly. Chong Lu rushed forward, each with their own purpose. Therefore, Lu Xiaohui only had one choice left, to kill a drowning dog. It seemed easy, but in fact, it tested his ability to judge the past and future in an instant after a life-and-death situation. This might be difficult for others, but for Lu Xiaohui, it was within the scope of his ability. In the past 2,000 years, he had done this too many times. The sword tide had completely disappeared. This made Zhu Mingzi and the rest realize that the swordsman was about to kill them. He did not follow the others into the battle. With so many people, he would not make a difference. Instead, he waved his sleeves and pointed at the center of the battlefield. It was the wrong time to be born. Being born at the wrong time was a technique that restricted the direction of rebirth. The purpose was to make the rebirth points of the cultivators who were killed in the battle be completely opposite. If 2 people were killed, they would be reborn in the opposite direction. If 3 people were killed, they would be reborn in the opposite direction. His judgment was that since the swordsman was ruthless, it was inevitable that his own people would be killed once or twice. However, what he needed to do was to separate the rebirth points of these people to facilitate the subsequent separation and encirclement. No matter who was killed, it would include the swordsman. The threat of the 3 swordsmen together was too great. With such a strong burst of attack and speed, it would be difficult for any of them to escape from such a situation. Lu Xiaohui knew that he only had a breath's time before the 3 of them would have to separate. However, before that, he had to take advantage of the situation. The only thing he could ensure was Yangbi. However, he did not have enough time to take advantage of her. Yangbi had just been reborn and had yet to form her human form, but an immortal tool was already protecting her. This was also a life-saving treasure that he had purposely obtained from the immortal court. In view of the process of death of cultivators from the lower realm, it would be best if he could protect himself from being killed in the modern world. However, if he made a mistake occasionally, his greatest weakness would be during the initial moment of rebirth. If he could survive this most dangerous moment, he would have many immortal tools at his disposal. That was why he had this elemental spirit embryo disc. It was to be used in the instant of his rebirth and protect him from being disturbed during this short period of rebirth. This was a question of strength. Was the lower limit of a trash immortal tool when no one was controlling it? Or was the upper limit of Lu Xiaohui's full strength higher? There was no need to think too much about it. He would know once he tried. So many changes had actually happened in an instant. White Tiger broke away, Chong Lu counterattacked, a large number of old cultivators closed in, and Zhu Mingzi used his technique at the wrong time. Along with these changes, Lu Xiaohui's flying sword also happened. The sword wave was emptied and condensed into a grey light. Lu Xiaohui had abandoned all the changes in the Dao realm and the changes in his techniques. He was only left with the pure power generated by his elemental force. Sword and disc suddenly intersected. As expected, a group of Dao disappearing celestial phenomenon rose. Yangbi's treasures were only half used to whip the horse. The elemental spirit embryo disc was broken and she no longer had the chance to use it. From this, it could be seen that the so-called piling up of tools to achieve success in battle was really unrealistic. Lu Xiaohui's successful attack was within his expectations. It was not a big deal. A low-grade immortal tool that no one was controlling, an immortal desolate land person who picked up scraps, this was the real reason why he and Chong Lu chose to attack this person. The real danger of this person was that there was someone helping him in the front, while he methodically released the immortal tools from the back. Chapter 2239. Lu Xiaoyi's attack succeeded and he immediately left. Even if he was strong, he did not want to fall into the encirclement of those old guys. He had already faintly felt the breath of Ju Shu. He could not stay here for long. But the direction he left in was actually the Kunlun visitor. Qi Yi was outside, he had just killed Chen Biao. That was almost all the power of his flying sword, so he was basically naked right now. He still needed a breath's time before the flying sword could turn back, but he could not wait. In such a battle, delaying for a moment was a crime, not to mention a breath's time. Chong Lu's full-strength sword, the Kunlun visitor's face was solemn. He did not run. Running away from a flying sword was a joke. Of course, he would not make such a naive mistake. Moreover, he did not think that he, a night watchman of the first of the 36 days, would be helpless under a fair and square attack. He could become the first night watchman, of course. He was a fierce dog recognized by the immortal court. A dog would die for its bosom friend. The momentum was there, the courage was there, and he still had his own Tao state operating. Yin and yang, from the middle came the nothingness, from the side came the space, the auspicious clouds rolled, waiting for the sword's momentum to fall, then he would violently counterattack. He did not want to immediately kill this person, but at least he wanted to keep him here. 3 daring swordsmen, how could he tolerate such a brazen attack in such a disadvantageous situation? But the next change completely subverted his understanding. Demon Lord's flying sword drew a gorgeous curve in the sky. Using the simplest way to change direction and accelerate, the sword momentum that had been stretched to the extreme was once again pushed up. But such a mysterious sword trace inevitably missed the Kunlun visitor who was still in the attack trajectory, and instead flew towards drunken Taoist. This was not a mistake. This was premeditated for a long time. The old swordsman's target was not him, but drunken Taoist. The reason was also very simple. He, the Kunlun visitor, rarely showed himself in front of others. However, as one of the top few masters of the exterior, Zueyang was an influential figure who was well known by everyone. Someone like the demonic sword Venerable would definitely have the opportunity to secretly investigate him. With just one strike, he did not even need to determine the past or the future. The old ruffian's real target was to kill drunken Taoist. He had a judgment, but he couldn't do anything about it. This was because a Tao disappearing celestial phenomenon had suddenly risen. At the same time, a streak of light had instantly closed in. The person inside the streak of light had a sharp gaze. His right hand was behind his back, and only a small section of the tip of a sword that was shining with cold light could be seen from his shoulder. The little ruffian wanted to launch a sneak attack. His Tao realm arrangement was to deal with that powerful sword light, but it couldn't effectively deal with a Daoist master who was extremely sensitive to the Tao realm. He was confident that he could kill the old ruffian while he was killing drunken Sun, but, "I would rather die than you." He was someone who could even split an immortal artifact and slay a goatfish under his sword. No matter how careful he was, he couldn't be too careful. His Tao realm conversion was very powerful, but in a head-on clash, it might not be comparable to an immortal artifact, so, the Kunlun guests had no choice but to retreat. They exchanged space for time and rearranged their own Tao realm attacks and defenses. To him, this was something he had to do, but to Drunken Yang, it meant that he had lost his most powerful ally. Drunken Yang suddenly realized that he had turned from a hunter to a prey. The reason why he didn't make a move before was because the Kunlun guests wanted to control the overall situation, but he was worried. No one knew the strength of the interior heavenly demon sword Venerable better than him. This was because his master had been killed by this vicious person for no reason during a void journey. In these tens of thousands of years, he had never even had the courage to seek revenge. He was afraid that if he made a move, he would become the target of the old devil sword Venerable. In the end, both master and disciple would be killed. However, in this world, what one feared would always happen. There was no way to avoid it, unless he didn't come. He had lost his state of mind and could only sigh helplessly. This kind of situation shouldn't happen to a peak exterior expert like him, but the problem was that it depended on who he was facing. The set of things that he had passed down from his master had completely lost his confidence in front of this person because his master had been killed. As a conservative, he lacked the courage to change. A fight between masters was enough to be fatal. When another Tao disappearing celestial phenomenon rose, the Kunlun guests were closely watching the little ruffian who was passing by not far from him. "Excuse me, it won't be good if I step on your foot." The little ruffian didn't make any unnecessary movements, as if he was really just passing by and didn't want to do anything. When he passed by, the Kunlun swordsman gloomily discovered that there was nothing in the hands behind this person's back. There was only a broken sword tip on his shoulder. He instantly understood that the sword cultivator's natal sword had not returned after killing the goat. This wasn't hard to understand. To break a fairy weapon, it wasn't something that could be done by sword aura. It required a strong natal sword. This was the reason why the swordsman didn't use his flying sword and instead passed by in close proximity. It was equivalent to giving his life to the Kunlun guests, but he didn't have the courage to accept it. When Zhu Mingzi arrived at the scene, it was such a mess. The remaining Taoists didn't even have the courage to fight. However, he didn't say anything. In the current situation, they could do anything but complain. Once they complained, their state of mind would disperse. Everyone was in such a closed environment. If their state of mind was dispersed, it would be a big mess sooner or later. Very good, we've achieved our goal. We've successfully separated them. As usual, the Buddhist friends have already chased after Lu Xiaoyi. Winged friends and ancestral sorcerer of earth are following Chong Lu. I'll be there soon. Your mission is still that white tiger. I still think you can do it. The only thing I want to remind you is that the other party is risking their lives. However, we seem to be treating this hunt as a game. If you still have this mentality, the result won't be good. That's all I have to say. Good luck. Zhu Mingzi left after saying this. To be honest, he wasn't at ease with Hidden Wing and Ancestral Sorcerer. The demon sword Venerable was really demonic. They needed to be careful and he needed to dispatch them. The Kunlun visitor pouted. He wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't say anything. It was because time was tight, and his mistake in dispatching had made him lose face. Who would listen to the words of a disgraced loser? There were 4 Taoists left. The Kunlun guests, Taoist Hua Hai, Center Buyi, and Old Woman Feng. The 4 of them were a little unnatural. The swordsman's wave of attack, starting from the center of gravity to the right wing, did not take more than 3 breaths. The battle process was also very clear. There were no special techniques or changes in the Tao realm. It was purely the life and death struggle that the swordsman was best at. However, it was this simple that made them suffer. The white tiger held back Hua Hai and the other 2. Unfortunately, the 3 of them didn't gain anything in 3 breaths. Other than a few hits on the white tiger's thick skin, there was no substantial damage. There were many reasons that couldn't be explained in detail. The Kunlun guests were the focus of the attack. The result was like this. It was hard to explain. Chapter 2240. There's something wrong with Shiluo's judgment. Taoist Hua Hai's words were also what everyone felt, because they were the ones who had experienced this short contact battle. Seeing was believing. Everything would be clear when they really came into contact with it. Center Buyi nodded. Among the 3 swordsmen, White Tiger should be the weakest. It's hard to say who's stronger between Chong Lu and Lu Xiaoyi, but our previous judgment seriously underestimated Lu Xiaoyi. His ability should be at least on par with Chong Lu. The 4 continued to track White Tiger. The distance was not far, and the space was not too big. Their main goal was to prevent it from meeting up with the other 2 swordsmen. The rest could be dealt with slowly. Although they had a new judgment of the strength of the 3 swordsmen, they had no intention of changing anything. Because they were the losers, and because the cultivators who rushed over to rescue them naturally had unnatural looks of disdain on their faces. It was always uncomfortable to be looked down upon, unless you stood up again and killed White Tiger to prove it. Since White Tiger was the weakest among the 3, why should they change it? Of course, they should pick the soft persimmon. There was no reason to pick the hard persimmon. As for the biggest possible change, that Lu Xiaoyi, it was just right to leave it to the monks. Although everyone was now on the same front, they still had to talk about their close and distant relationships. Taoism had already lost face, there was no reason for Buddhism to be fine. This was the way Taoism and Buddhism got along for millions of years. It existed in every incident and could never be eradicated. Su Ren was in the distance. Her hands and feet were cold as she watched. In 3 breaths of time, 3 against 19, and it ended with 2 death. Simple and violent, without any fancy tricks, the violent aesthetics of the sword vein were interpreted to the extreme. It was as if each of the 3 could be the main attack direction, and the other 2 could be perfectly coordinated, changing according to the battle situation. Their attacks were unpredictable, and when the tide came, it would disperse, leaving a ground full of broken limbs and broken bones. She had also thought about how to deal with a peak half-immortal who was full of immortal weapons. She had thought of countless ways, but the conclusion was that it was impossible. Unless she broke all of Youngbi's immortal weapons one by one, it was also impossible. Even if she couldn't do it, it didn't mean that others couldn't do it. The answer was to tear it in half. They were like 2 ferocious void beasts in human form. In the current cultivation world, even immemorial beasts and demonic beasts rarely used this method to kill people. This was because they were also learning from humans, becoming more elegant and civilized. Who would have thought that the method that the demonic beasts had given up would be picked up by humans instead? Moreover, he did it with exceptional proficiency and fluidity, as if he was just tearing up a piece of mutton with his bare hand. Shock after shock. After tearing the lamb with his bare hands, he forcefully slashed the immortal artifact. Then came the destruction of Drunken Sunday. She was dazzled and overwhelmed. Drunken Yang, the leader of the 5 decay of heaven of the exterior realm. She had also seen the demeanor of this peak 5 decay of heaven on countless occasions. He truly had the demeanor of an immortal with an extraordinary bearing. Everyone thought that he was a candidate for the immortal class, a template for the future immortals. But now, under the old swordsman's sword, his path of cultivation came to an abrupt end. He didn't even have the chance to struggle. How ironic was it that he was once so glorious, and now he was in such a sorry state. Along the way, she had completely lost her judgment on the development of the battle situation. The old cultivators' alliance was still incomparably strong, but the 3 swordsmen didn't seem to be completely powerless. There was only one thing that she was very clear about, and that was that she shouldn't get involved. Not to mention that she didn't have the ability to fight now. Even if she was at her peak, she might not be able to keep up with the pace of these swordsmen. Because this kind of rhythm was basically fed with human lives. If you don't kill enough, you'll never be able to blend in. She changed her position and stood on the top of the archway. This was also the central position of the space of rock journey of 10,000 miles, so it was convenient for her to observe all the changes. But the couplet below made her speechless. The winged men will never be slaves, unless they are provided with food and shelter. Wasn't this request a little too low? White Tiger jumped out and sprinted. He was very clear that the cooperation between the 3 of them had come to an end. Whether or not there was still a chance would depend on the specific situation. Relatively speaking, it mainly depended on the 2 of them. He was one of the 6 ancestors of Shen Yuan, the founder of the Killing Sword sect. He had the highest seniority in the Shen Yuan sword sect, but he also knew that among the 3 of them, he was the only one who was lacking. The world of cultivation was always moving forward, and there was no turning back. All kinds of martial arts, Tao, and understanding were pushed forward by mankind. If you were slow, you would be surpassed by others, let alone stop moving forward. Tens of thousands of years ago, it was very powerful, but now it was very common. In the world of cultivation, it was different from the legends. In the real world of cultivation, age didn't determine everything. Therefore, there were new forces that dared to challenge the old order. It wasn't that they didn't know when to advance or retreat, but that they couldn't be suppressed. This was the law of nature. People would grow old one day. It was the case for mortals, and it was the same for cultivators. However, what they grew old was not only their lifespan, but also their thinking. In the past 40 to 50,000 years, to be honest, other than making some progress in his cultivation, he had been stagnant in all other aspects. Compared to those monstrous geniuses, his progress was like comparing an eagle to an ant on the ground. The eagle might occasionally take the wrong path, but when it came to its senses, it was actually just a matter of flapping its wings. It wasn't fair to compare the skills of 40 to 50,000 years ago with the skills of the present. The point was, when you were needed, you happened to appear at that time. Don't compare yourself to the ancient times, or to the future. He stood up when he needed someone to stand up for him, so he was the sixth ancestor. No one could deny his contributions to Shenyuan. Over the past tens of thousands of years, he had drawn a clear line between himself and Shenyuan more and more. In fact, it was also because he couldn't face those young people. It was no longer the once awe-inspiring sixth ancestor of the killing bloodline. Time had made it mediocre, but it was still as proud as before. It didn't want to show its weakness, so there was an old white tiger who kept a low profile and never showed up in Shenyuan, a hero past his prime. This kind of powerlessness, if it were a human, wouldn't be as obvious as it was because humans still had a certain ability to learn, even if they were old-fashioned. But it was a strange beast. The biggest problem with strange beasts was that they had a ceiling, and it was already close to the ceiling. Therefore, it wasn't a matter of hard work or not. It was also for this reason that the three of them had to attack the right flank, because its two juniors had to reduce its pressure. This didn't need to be said. It was a unanimous reaction. They did it. It directly reduced its opponents from 6 to 4, especially the most threatening one, Sheep's Head. Without the balance of the immortal weapon, its pressure would be reduced a lot. Chapter 2241. The white tiger sped up, not because it wanted to avoid the battle, but because it needed some time to recover from the damage it had sustained in the battle. Demonic beasts had strong vitality, especially mutated beast. They did not have the ability to reproduce, so they were compensated in other ways. However, no matter how strong its body was, it had its limits. It had to adjust its body to its best condition in order to face the upcoming battle. It had a feeling that this would be a long and arduous battle. It was impossible to kill the two of them as quickly as it did in the beginning. These people were all real masters, the kind that did not show themselves in the world. They were not ordinary people. Its only worry was that the four Taoists would turn around and look for its two juniors because they were tired of chasing after it. However, the truth was that the four Taoists were like 4 pieces of dogskin plaster. The four Taoists stuck closely to it without the slightest intention of giving up. It began to set up some small tricks as it moved. Although it admitted that it might not be as good as the two juniors in terms of combat power, it was likely to face the fewest opponents. It had the obligation to fulfill the responsibility of a senior and try its best to be the first to open up the situation. If it was lucky enough to kill one of them, it would be the greatest help to this group. It knew that its opponents were the top few in the origin world. They were not the ones that the outside world boasted about. They were the real, low-key, pragmatic people. It did not dare to underestimate such people. In terms of flying swords, even if it was the founder of Xuanyuan's killing sword sect, it was not as good as the two juniors. These two people were not just killing, they were torturing. They were so cruel that even the white tiger was scared. It placed its trump card on its own supernatural powers, because only the supernatural powers of mutated beasts were truly unique in the cultivation world. Because there was no second mutated beast, the white tiger. After tens of thousands of years, he knew that it was impossible for him to improve his swordsmanship in the Tao realm. He could not escape from the category of his killing sword. Instead of wasting his time on this, he might as well develop some new skills. After joining Shenyuan for tens of thousands of years, it still walked the same path as the mutated beasts. This supernatural power was called rearing a tiger in exchange. It was very clear that with these people's strength, it wasn't realistic to expect to swallow one of them in one gulp, and it might not be able to digest them. Moreover, there was the trouble of being reborn. Therefore, if the divine power was too focused on killing, it would lose its momentum and fall into the enemy's pace. There is one thing, as an experienced assassin, it is very clear that protecting itself is the best way to protect the two juniors. If it loses its body because of its greed, it doesn't matter, but it will immediately change the situation of the whole battle. Whether it is Demon Lord or Lu Xiaoyi, if a few more Taoists suddenly come in, it is basically a lost game. Raising a tiger in exchange was to set up several fixed points within a certain range of space so that it could teleport. This kind of teleportation wasn't the spatial teleportation that humans were best at, because as long as it involved the spatial ability, they couldn't avoid the preparation of entering the space, and the rigidity of coming out of the space, even if these peak half-immortals could compress this rigidity to an undetectable degree. But rigidity was rigidity, it didn't disappear, and it could still affect a person's reaction in the moment of life and death. Its divine power didn't have rigidity, it was a completely natural parallel teleportation, disappearing from one place to another without any pause in the middle. It was the best weapon for demonic beasts to close in. Against these Taoists, long-range attacks were very unwise. Even if the white tiger had tens of thousands of years of experience, it might not be able to keep up with the Taoists' rapid changes in magic. Close combat was the only way for demonic beasts to fight. From Foundation establishment to half-immortal, from ancient times to the present, it had never changed, and it couldn't change, because it was the best use of its physical advantage. Long, it should always be raised; short, it should always be avoided. This was the true essence of battle. But the premise of using this divine power was that it needed to set up something in advance in this area as a guide. Under normal circumstances, the guide would be achieved with blood and hair, but its divine power was a little different. In order to be more sudden, it could gather more momentum, and it would be harder to be discovered, so it used the tiger essence. Of course, as a peak half-immortal beast, it didn't need to use the 5 young ladies to get the essence like humans. It had to escape and fight at the same time, and it had to draw out the essence. This was very difficult. As a half-immortal, it only needed to control the reflexes of its muscles, and it could naturally run as it pleased. It circled around this area a few times, and had already set up more than 10 drops of essence. This was already its limit. After all, it wasn't a breeding pig. This was even more misleading than blood guidance. After all, when human cultivators fought with demonic beasts, what they were most wary of was the power of their bloodline. Since demonic beasts didn't have the ability to reproduce, most people thought that they didn't have essence, but this was wrong. They also had essence and desire, but the essence wasn't accepted by the world, so it couldn't form into an embryo. When it set up the essence, it also set up a drop of its heart's blood next to each drop of essence. This was the most important thing to it, as it could imitate its original form, and had a certain degree of offensive ability. Using the truly precious heart's blood as a cover for the completely useless essence drops, and doing the opposite, was the combination of divine powers that the white tiger had thought of all these years. It was very clear that it didn't have many chances. Once the humans were on guard, it would be very difficult to succeed, and they would have to be very careful. Then, everyone would enter the protracted battle that Taoists were always good at. What it needed to do was to try its best to eliminate one of them before it entered the stage of grinding. This was very important to it, and to the 3-man battle team. Center Buyi immediately realized something while tracking. It wasn't that he really discovered something, but a kind of suspicion towards the white tiger's behavior. This tiger is circling around nearby. What is it trying to do? Daoist Hua Hai also felt it. Of course it's trying to do something. This place is the closest to the battlefield of the demon sword Venerable. If it's any further, it will be difficult for it to borrow the strength of the two people's cooperation. So I guess it's preparing to join hands with the demon sword Venerable again. He guessed right. This was also one of the old white tiger's intentions. Since they were going to fight, why didn't they fight in the airspace closer to the Chonglu? It could also cause the opponent to misunderstand. The Kunlun visitor was very cautious. We also have to pay attention to the white tiger's possible arrangement in this space. Demonic beasts' divine powers are very strange, and the key is that we don't know what it can do. Let's surround it first. Don't let it run around. Old woman Feng, you're the best at creating mirages. Make a large mirage of the sea, and we'll settle it here. To the Kunlun visitor, he had to accept the battlefield chosen by the white tiger. So what if he didn't accept it? Could it be that he had to continue chasing like this? As long as the white tiger was willing to stop, they were willing to accompany it. As for the so-called arrangement, no matter how many divine powers the white tiger had, could it be more than the few of them who were Taoists? Chapter 2242. Chong Lu leaped outside while a group of half-immortals chased after him. There were 5 hidden wings, 2 ancestral shamans of Earth, and 1 Tao traveler. Well, he was actually just a casual traveler. Tao traveler was just a title that was painted up. 8 people. They looked up to him, but also looked down on him. They looked up to the number, but looked down on the quality. Among this group of people who came to kill them, there was no doubt that the 7 Taoists and the 4 Buddhists were the most powerful. Their strength and experience were also higher. On the other hand, the people chasing after him looked more like a group of running cannon fodder. He was the demon sword venerable whose name shook the origin world 20,000 years ago. After his senior brother left, the countless ostracizing and making things difficult for Xuanyuan's sword vein was basically solved by him. Of course, there was still the 3 Qins, Wu Shixing, and Hu Xuedao at that time. It was because of their toughness that Xuanyuan's sword vein did not collapse under the pressure after losing its big backer. When senior brother overturned the sky, they had to shoulder it with their small shoulders without any complaints or regrets. They carried it over, but they also carried away the 3 Qins, Wu Shixing, and Hu Xuedao. After senior brother brought Dao De to the lower realm for 10,000 years, the targeting of Xuanyuan's sword vein began to stop and slowly calmed down. He gave his best youth to Shenyuan just like that. He ran around endlessly fighting fires all year long. But he did not regret it, because he knew that he could not become an immortal. When the entire immortal court and half of the origin world's cultivation world were dissatisfied with the sword vein, even if you had peerless talent and prosperous luck, you could not overcome the unanimous opposition of everyone. The immortal court, after all, was an organization. Even the heavenly Tao had to consider everyone's thoughts. No matter how outstanding a person was, he could not replace the entire immortal court. Even senior brother could not do it and could only take a roundabout way, not to mention him, who was exposed to all the hostile forces. In fact, it was not only him, but also the 3 Qins, Wu Shixing, Hu Xuedao, and so on. As long as it was related to Shenyuan, there was no hope. Even Wei Sword Mountain, Firmament Sword Sect, and the entire universe's sword vein. This was the resistance of the entire immortal court. The only thing they could do, the responsibility on their shoulders, was to not let Shenyuan fall before the situation calmed down. They did it without any regret. It wasn't until 10,000 years ago that things began to calm down. During this process, Shenyuan inevitably went downhill. They all saw it, but they didn't remind him. This was because a Shenyuan who had reinvigorated himself was something that many people didn't want to see. Only by tucking their tails between their legs and doing nothing in the half-immortal realm could people forget about them. Until the appearance of Lu Xiaoyi, the opportunity had come. He didn't want to see this little guy because he wanted to secretly observe him and see how far he could go so that he could decide the position of Xuanyuan's sword vein in this era. Should they be more conservative, or should they go all out? When he and the white tiger had decided to accompany this little fellow to wings spreading heavens, they had actually already made their decision. They could go all out. The little fellow's wings were fully grown, and the general trend of the era had taken shape. There were many things that couldn't be changed, so there was no need to be timid. The immortal court couldn't even take care of itself, and the strength that they could send down was far from what it was in its heyday. For example, the peak half-immortals sent this time were actually fake. For example, Shiluor of the interior realm, Zueyang of the exterior realm, and Hidden Wings and Ancestral Sorcerer of the Earth were just there to make up the numbers. If it was in the past, it wouldn't be a problem to send 20 or 30 night watchers at once. If the dogs rushed up together, they wouldn't be able to stop them. But now, 3 of them came. This showed how much the immortal court's control over the lower realm had declined. Among the night watchers, there were those who were watching from the sidelines, those who wanted to change, those who were gloating, and those who were betting on both sides. The people's hearts were scattered, and it was difficult to lead the team. For these people, He didn't think that they were in a dead end. On paper, these people had the absolute advantage, but when had the swordsman's battle ever been smooth sailing? He wasn't worried about Lu Xiaoyi at all. He knew that the little fellow was just pretending to be weak. His strength wasn't below him, and even he couldn't figure it out. Usually, he pretended to rely on the strength of the group, but in reality, he was as evil as his senior brother, or even worse. He was worried about the old white tiger, which was why he had the battle at the beginning. Although it wasn't smooth, he still gained something. It could be seen that the strength of these visitors wasn't bad at all. The white tiger's crisis was basically solved, and there wouldn't be too much trouble in a short period of time. This was the good thing about strange beasts, they were resistant to beatings. Now, it was up to him and Lu Xiaoyi how much time it would take to open up the situation. Although he was old, his competitive spirit was still there, and he didn't want to lose to the younger generation. He was selective about the people hanging behind him. Therefore, his flight path was very abrupt, and he was looking for an opportunity to attack. Now that Zhu Mingzi hadn't caught up, it was his best chance. He continuously changed directions. In fact, it had only been 10 breaths since he killed the 2 Taoists. 7 or 8 people were chasing after one person, and the opponent's continuous change of direction would cause the pursuers to be confused for a short period of time. They couldn't be like a stick of candied hawthorns forever. During the change of direction, the sword river suddenly appeared. It was bright, just like the sword tide. However, this time, the pursuers had learned their lesson. They scattered in all directions, hoping that the swordsman wouldn't find them, and waiting for the sword river to become clear so that they could counterattack. The swordsman's move was indeed very damaging, especially when he was fighting against a group of people. Once he used the sword river, his body would become like a sword, just like the demons of the Blood River sect, and you wouldn't be able to find his real body. Of course, in terms of concealment, the sword river's strength was in offense, and it couldn't be compared to the murky and traceless Blood River. 4 peak half-immortals like them, as long as they focused and used their divine arts, they would be able to find the swordsman's tracks. But this was a paradox. In fact, the swordsman wasn't afraid of being discovered. What he pursued was the short period of time before he was discovered, which was enough for him to complete a surprise attack. Under such circumstances, the 8 of them couldn't do anything other than to blow up the nest. Fortunately, as long as they survived the first wave of Sword River, it would be difficult for the swordsman to do this again. In any case, there were 8 of them. They could support each other, and they also had the ability to revive. How could they let the swordsman sneak in? Demon Lord didn't want to rely on this kind of sneak attack to succeed. It wasn't that he was obsessed with cleanliness, but this kind of method was suitable for the cooperation of familiar companions. Only then would there be countless changes. If he tried to sneak in alone, he would end up sneaking in himself sooner or later. In the current battle, under the situation where everyone knew each other, they could only compete with brute strength, and minimize the pressure by moving around. And this time, he used the sword river to hide himself. He just wanted to see the fighting spirit of each of them. Courage. Decisiveness. Confidence. After living for 20,000 years, he knew very well that the decisive factor of life and death in a battle of life and death was not strength, but something invisible. The kind of heart that disregarded life and death. Chapter 2243. With this test, he could tell the difference between the real and the fake. Some ran away like startled rabbits, some formed groups, some went on full defense, and of course, there were also those who stood still and faced the attack calmly. With this test, he knew which direction he should go in for the next battle. The Shenyuan swordsman had his own way of dealing with the enemy in a situation where he was outnumbered, and it was a secret that he did not show to anyone. It was the experience of countless seniors, and it was a true ability that had been tested in real life. The core principle was that one could not close one's eyes and use brute force, one had to go with the flow. This kind of unplanned and aimless charge was very difficult to be effective, and one would often be led by the nose, and the initiative would be in the other party's hands instead of his. The best way to break through was to look for the opponent's weakest link. This weakness did not refer to the opponent's strength, but the mentality of the battle. With the target set, the Sword River immediately changed direction, and with a flash of light, the Tao realm of slaughter slashed towards the prettiest of the hidden wings, the undead Snowy Feather. Once he revealed himself, the opponent's attack followed like a shadow, coming one after another. The two ancestral shamans of Earth, one wielded the demonic god Ding Jiao, while the other wielded the snake-like whip. They also had Tao realms. The former was the Tao of God Sacrifice, which originated from Saint Virtue. The latter was the Tao of Earth, which originated from creation. They were both variants of the innate Tao, and this was also the characteristic of Earth. They always focused on adapting to their environment and Tao, and kept a respectful distance from the innate Tao. It was also because of this that they were seen by the conservative forces as their own people. The Tao traveler used his bow to attack from afar. The bow's origin was very extraordinary, and it vaguely had the power of an immortal equipment. Who knew where a rogue cultivator like him got such an item? The three of them did not save Snowy Feather, because there was no need for it. The safety of this female winged person would be taken care of by her 4 clansmen, so why should they be anxious? Moreover, attacking the swordsman was actually a disguised form of saving her, so it was reasonable. The swordsman's final target was the winged person, and this was expected. The winged person's body was stronger than humans, but they did not have the ability to rebirth, and were actually the easiest to kill, and there was no need to determine the past or the future. No matter who was chosen to fight this group battle, they would definitely start with the winged ones. This was also a principle. Snowy Feather grumbled in her heart, but she couldn't blame anyone else. Who asked her to be the fastest and furthest when the swordsman's sword river appeared? Chong Lu's sword was as fast as lightning. By the time she found out that she was the target, she could no longer rely on dodging to solve the problem. There was also a saying in the world of cultivation: when you encounter a swordsman's sword, don't run away. When you encounter a Dharma cultivator, don't defend yourself. When you encounter a monk, don't be firm. When you encounter a body cultivator, don't be firm. There was no way they could outrun a flying sword, even if they had a pair of invisible wings. These swordsmen only know how to bully me. Li Wuya was like this 20,000 years ago, and his followers were still like this. Do you really think I'm a pushover? Snowy Feather clenched her teeth, and her invisible wings appeared. Together with her hands, they formed the supreme defensive divine ability of the winged ones, Double Cross. This was a divine ability that could only be awakened after the winged ones became half-immortals. It was a mutated divine ability with the rock bloodline as the foundation and the human bloodline as the base. It was an extremely rare divine ability that combined the divine ability with the Tao realm. It was not just a simple defense, but it could also weaken the opponent's attack through the changes in the Tao realm within the double cross. Among the 5 hidden wings, only she and Commoner had comprehended this divine ability. The armored man and superior humans at the side came to rescue her, but in the end, they were a step too late. They only saw the flying sword slashing at the double cross. It was like a wild bull crashing into a door plank. Snowy Feather lost control of her body and flew straight back. She only managed to stabilize herself after a long distance. The armored man was a little angry that he didn't manage to intercept the flying sword. The flying sword's speed was not fixed, so his side attack missed. It was a little embarrassing, but more importantly, the flying sword's speed was not fixed. Junior sister, are you all right? Snowy Feather circulated her elemental energy and smiled. I'm fine, I can still take it. Snowy Feather was fine, so the winged ones were relieved. This meant that the winged one's defense was effective against flying sword. The armored man said angrily, Senior brother, that swordsman didn't attack anyone else but junior sister. This is on purpose. It's to anger us. Senior brother, you see. Superior humans was speechless. Since you know that is angering you, why are you still so agitated? We're not the ones on the receiving end. Since junior sister is the one who received the attack, we'll listen to junior sister. Snowy Feather raised her eyebrows. We'll do what we should do. There's no need to change our response because of this. Senior brother is right. The more the opponent angers us, the more we can't let him succeed. Don't be impatient, don't be distracted in the face of battle. The swordsman gradually retreated under the attacks of the 8 people. His sword river was vast and mighty, revolving around his body. He moved without direction, making it difficult for the attacks of the others to land on him. The battle had just begun, and everyone was still testing the waters. They didn't go all out. Of course, they weren't forced to that extent. The scene of the demon swordsman killing drunken son Daoist was too shocking, causing everyone to be overcautious. If no one was willing to take the risk and force themselves into the trap, it would be difficult to change the situation. This was a very normal mentality in a group fight. When the opponent was strong and had the ability to kill in one strike, no one would be willing to be the bait, risking their own lives for the sake of others. They were all waiting for others to take the risk. Of course, there was another important reason. Zhu Mingzi hadn't arrived yet. Conservative people tended to blindly obey authority. Even if they had quite a number of people, they didn't have the confidence of numbers. This was actually Zhu Mingzi's own reason. His arrangement was to gather the Taoists in one group and the Buddhists in another. When it was his turn, there was no one else to speak for him other than him. Why would the ancestral shaman of Earth not listen to the winged man's orders? He wasn't even human, yet he dared to order them around. Even though they came from the Earth, they were still authentic humans. They didn't have an extra pair of chicken wings. The winged man couldn't be bothered with the ancestral shaman of Earth. Looking at him, he was neither human nor ghost. His eyes were on top of his head. How could he expect the winged man to listen to his orders? Just like that, the swordsman suddenly jumped in the midst of the battle and pretended to leave. Just as everyone started to move, the swordsman jumped back and raised his sword. It was still the most beautiful person here, Snowy Feather. She was still in the double-cross formation and was knocked away by one strike. The sharpness of the flying sword couldn't break through her tough defense, but the impact was extremely fierce. The ordinary person who had always been silent suddenly spoke. "Junior sister, be careful of him exhausting your divine ability." Snowy Feather's heart sank. She understood the meaning of this senior brother. As the strongest of the 5 winged men, she also had the hidden wings of the double-cross formation. The ordinary person was actually reminding her that the swordsman's flying sword could be released almost endlessly, but her double-cross formation couldn't. If this happened a few more times, there would definitely be gaps in her divine ability. As long as the swordsman tightened his grip on the sword, danger would immediately come. However, she had other thoughts. Chapter 2244. In fact, all of this happened in the span of a few breaths. Xueyu was struck twice, and she could faintly feel that the power of the flying sword was a little strained. It was not that she looked down on her sword, but she felt that as someone from the same era as Li Wuya, his sword skills could not be so mediocre, right? He was not even able to make her feel any real danger. On the surface, he looked extremely powerful, and every strike could send her flying far away, as though she was enduring a huge force. However, she knew very well that this was not the case. Although she was battered and exhausted, she was still able to hold on. Her intuition felt strange, as though a swordsman whose name had shaken the universe for tens of thousands of years could not only have such skills. She should have been injured the moment he attacked, right? What's wrong with me? Ever since I was taught a lesson by that swordsman 20,000 years ago, have I developed masochistic tendencies? Master Man comforted her. "Junior sister, don't worry. Stay behind and recuperate. We will deal with him from the front." With so many people attacking at the same time, it's normal for him to not be able to unleash his full strength. This was a barely reasonable explanation. Under everyone's attacks, the demonic sword lord could not unleash his full strength. Perhaps this was why she could hold on so easily. With everyone's actions, the scene immediately became lively. The swordsman was like a bolt of lightning, coming and going without a trace. When the swordsman combined his movement with his sword, he was able to unleash his full potential under the siege of so many people. Demon god Ding Jiao roared continuously, and relied on his undying body to charge and attack. His body was able to withstand the flying swords, and any slight injuries he suffered would be healed in an instant. He was the main force that surrounded the swordsman, and he had evolved the path of holy virtue to perfection. However, his speed was still lacking, and in the end, he became a follower of the swordsman. However, the threat was real. If the swordsman made a mistake under the attacks of others, he would be intercepted by demon god Dingjiao, and his life would be in danger. Demon god Dingjiao cooperated with another ancestral shaman's hair snake. It was the exact opposite of the demonic gods. The speed of the hair snakes was incomparably fast. They might not be as fast as a flying sword, but they were far faster than a human. The key was their numbers. There were as many hair snakes as there were humans. Moreover, as long as his hair did not break and he did not go bald, there would be an endless stream of hair snakes that could not be completely destroyed. It was closely connected to the Grand Shaman's bloodline and Grand Shaman body, and it was supported by the Grand Tao of filth that originated from the creation. For a time, it was impossible to tell that he was withering. The swarm of flying swords and the dancing hair snakes collided with each other in the air. This was the main force that intercepted the swordsman. The two ancestral shamans, one blocking and one chasing, cooperated with each other and became the main characters of this battle. They also put in a lot of effort. The others weren't idle either. But this so-called besieging could never be achieved. Everyone had the opportunity to use their full strength. In the world of cultivators, under the heavenly Tao, 1 + 1 was always less than 2. What's more, when the 7 of them were stacked together, there were bound to be some who couldn't put their strength to use. There was always a priority. What the others had to do was to exert pressure on the swordsman when they were facing each other, so that he couldn't free himself to counterattack at will. They had to be in an intense confrontation at all times. This was the true essence of besieging. For example, the Daoist traveler had an immortal longbow. He did not shoot indiscriminately. He only shot once in a while when there was a gap in the encirclement of the two ancestral shamans. But just this one shot would immediately require the swordsman to use all his strength to deal with it. Then, the two ancestral shamans would surround him again. Their cooperation was also very perfect. The 5 winged men spread out even further. What they had to do was to intercept the swordsman when he escaped from the battle. They didn't have to fight to the death. As long as they could block him for a moment, the others would naturally follow up. They were all peak half-immortals who were experienced in battles. In a very short period of time, they could be said to have found the rhythm of mutual cooperation. But Chong Lu was still able to come and go freely in the battle. The swordsman's maneuverability was displayed to the extreme in his hand. He might not be as fast as the hair serpent, and of course, he wasn't as fast as the bow. However, he was faster than all the opponents present. His completely unpredictable movements caused many attacks to be ineffective. Furthermore, when his sword aura river gathered and dispersed, he was still able to achieve a balance between offense and defense. His body continuously turned, spiraling downwards, and then upwards. Millions of sword beams were under his control. A portion of them acted as the destruction realm to slash at the hair serpent, while another portion acted as the yin-yang realm to slash at the Dingjiao demon god's body to stop his tail attack. Another portion acted as the primordial chaos realm to combine into one sword to slash the arrow into nothingness. Finally, he was able to save millions of sword beams and combine them into one sword, forcing the ancestral shaman who was controlling the hair serpent to have no choice but to defend himself. The gap left by the ancestral shaman was immediately filled by the armored men and the ordinary people. The heavy pressure did not stop for even a moment. In the short span of a dozen breaths, this kind of rhythm never stopped. With the strength of one person, he was able to resist the besiegement of everyone and still be able to attack and defend at the same time. Not a single one of the 8 people present was able to avoid being killed by his flying sword. The graceful bearing of this senior sword cultivator was truly astonishing. However, they were not afraid. Instead, they felt at ease. No one could persist in such a rhythm. Humans were not objects. They would always make mistakes, but they would not. Even if they made mistakes occasionally, their companions beside them would make up for it. The more time passed, the more dangerous the swordsman was. Xueyu was slashed 3 more times. Just like the previous 2 times, the thunder was loud but the rain was small. When the flying sword slashed down, it was like a thunderbolt that could send her flying far away. However, the actual damage was barely satisfactory. She did not know if the flying sword would cause any difference to others, but for her alone, it was insignificant. The ordinary people could see more clearly. They reminded her again, "Junior sister, so far, you have been slashed 5 times. The others have been slashed twice at most. There is a problem here." Xueyu focused and replied softly, "There is a problem. However, senior brother, the one with the problem might not necessarily be me. Inform the other senior brothers that they must be prepared to receive an all-out attack from the enemy at any time. We must also coordinate well with each other. I'm afraid that the swordsman's target is not me." The ordinary person was startled, but immediately understood. There were many such tricks in the cultivation world. Even if they kept on beating you, they might not necessarily beat you in the end. It could also be an illusion to make others lower their guard. In theory, slashing the winged ones was the most reasonable because there was no need to slash the past or the future. With the swordsman's ability, if he were to risk his life to slay one of the winged ones, they might not be able to withstand it. The 5 hidden wings were stuck in the middle of this battle. They were in a dilemma. Up until now, they had not given it their all. With their physical abilities, if they were to disregard their lives and engage the enemy, 2 of them would definitely change the situation on the battlefield. However, was it worth it? It was not bad for them to not put in any effort. However, if the swordsman really targeted one of them and succeeded, the remaining winged ones would no longer have any room to maneuver. This was something he did not wish to see. Once one entered the cultivation world, they were no longer in control. Especially in such a battle, how could he protect himself and not offend either side at the same time? It was too difficult, almost impossible. Chapter 2245. Lu Xiaoyi didn't run far before he stopped. He knew very well that the breakthrough should start with him. Because he was the main character, he couldn't put the burden on the seniors. White Tiger was too old, and Chong Lu seemed to have a problem too. This was intuition, there was no specific basis, but these 2 Shenyuan old guys were the treasures of the sect. He couldn't tolerate anything wrong with these 2 treasures of the sect. White Tiger's problem was a strange beast's problem, he couldn't solve it. Chong Lu's problem was the problem of his lifespan. He was worried that this senior brother had used some special method to increase his lifespan. An ordinary battle might not affect this demon sword venerable, but if his potential was overexerted, there were only 4 people surrounding him, for monk. He didn't think that he should seek stability, but speed. Being forcibly separated by this group of old cultivators, in fact, he had his own wishes. If he didn't want to be separated, then he must not be separated. If he, Lu Xiaoyi, didn't want to leave, even the heavens couldn't drive him away. But he had to consider the feelings of the 2 old guys. With his fighting style, once he went crazy, he wouldn't care about anything else. The 2 old guys would definitely wipe his butt from behind. Therefore, gathering together to fight would definitely be faster, but it would be more dangerous for White Tiger. Even if it had the body of a strange beast, in front of such an opponent, how long could it last? He chose to pull himself out to deal with this group alone, using his own method, and then help the old guys. When the old, middle-aged, and young of a sect gathered together, the advantage was that they took care of each other meticulously. The awkward thing was that the young people always had the thoughts of the young people. When the old guys had to follow the rhythm of the young people and break away from the rhythm they had relied on for tens of thousands of years, danger would quietly come. Looking at the 4 Buddhist auras rapidly approaching from behind, a cruel smile appeared on his face. Then, this time, he would go all out, making the monks sacrifice the flag again. They were really born to be enemies. The 4 monks were Sai Luo, the 2nd step monk of the Great Snow Mountain of the Interior Realm, a Luo Kan, the preacher of the Western Heaven, Du Lu, the monk of Paiji, and Xiong Biyu Lu, the night watchman of the 7 planets Mori Heaven of the 6th Heaven. These 4 monks had profound Dharma, pure Tao realm, long lifespans, and innumerable experience. If he were to fight them using ordinary methods, even one of them would take up a lot of his time. The past and future of Buddhist monks were especially difficult to deal with. They were filled with countless hidden meanings. If the four of them worked together, it was no wonder that the four of them dared to provoke the real protagonist of this incident. It was not arrogance, but true strength. If he wanted to get rid of them, he couldn't use normal method. Otherwise, even though his speed was unparalleled, it would be equally difficult for him to catch a few monks whose Buddhist techniques were scattered in all direction. First, he had to do some preparatory work. Lu Xiaoyi unleashed his sword river, and millions of sword lights shot out. Their bodies moved forward at the same time, not caring that they might fall into the Buddhist world of the monks. The four monks were not flustered at all. They stood firmly in the positions of the four prime ministers and did not run away, even if the sword river reached them. This showed their extreme confidence in their Dharma cultivation. At their level, they were no longer confused by the number of sword lights. This was the difference between the concept of illusion and reality. However, when one looked at this world with the most fundamental Buddhist principles, there was no difference between one sword light and millions of sword light. The sword lights hung upside down like a Milky Way waterfall. The first to bear the brunt was Shilar. When the heavy sword pressed down, it was as if he was in a steel furnace. It was as if millions of blacksmiths were forging beside him. Every swing of the hammer was at the peak of the Tao realm. Shilar chuckled. "Do you think I'm that useless drunken son? Even your Lu Zhu wouldn't dare to be so presumptuous in front of me." He glared at him and the Buddhist light rose from his body. An eye opened on his forehead, which was the heaven's eye. The light of wisdom was the omniscient mirror. Under the round mirror, the essence of the millions of sword gleams had nowhere to hide. They were all one. Under the illumination of the wisdom ray, the mirror shattered and the sword extinguished. Lu Xiaoyi's all-out sword was dissolved by the monk without a trace of smoke or fire. There was a saying that Buddha had 3 bodies, 4 minds, 5 eyes, and 6 senses. One of the 4 minds was the omniscient mirror. The omniscient mirror was obtained from the Alaya knowledge. This intelligence could see through all the techniques of the 3 worlds. It was perfect and had no flaws. Just like the omniscient mirror, it could show all colors. It was also known as the King Kong wisdom. The Great Circle was a circle obtained by cutting the surface of a sphere through the center of a sphere. When the cross-section was less than the center of a sphere, the cut circle was called a small circle. Shilar had not reached the Great Circle stage yet. That was an ability that could only be obtained after becoming a deity. Therefore, if he used the small circle mirror to observe the sword, the mirror would shatter and the sword would be destroyed. If he reached the Great Circle stage, the sword would be destroyed and the mirror would not shatter. Lu Xiaoyi was holding Shilar here. The other 3 monks stood at their respective positions and said in unison, The Buddha's oppression was the simplest and most profound Buddha's 6 proverbs. At their level, they had long passed the stage of using their fists to beat people and using the King Kong pestle to smash people. If you had all kinds of tricks, your opponent would have endless changes. Therefore, the Buddha's oppression was the most direct and the most dangerous. Lu Xiaoyi felt as if he had been hit by a giant hammer. The Tao state in his body circulated and his merit dissolved. He laughed. So you're a simpleton. The omniscient mirror, was it not the lacking the heart circle? Of course, his words were full of ambiguity. No one took him seriously. After testing Shilar, his roots were clear. He opened his third eye and activated the omniscient mirror. The sword river rose again. This time, it went straight for the Western Paradise's preacher, Aluo Kan's head. Aluo Kan smiled. All techniques are equal. I'll take your sword. He closed his eyes and opened his third eye. The divine light was clear. It was the equal wisdom. Under the cover of the sword light, the Buddha's body was like a sword. Millions of sword lights were of the same kind. They whistled past, but they were not damaged at all. The equal wisdom was the wisdom obtained from the 7th end of the cycle. With this wisdom, he knew that everything related to him was equal. It gave birth to a merciful heart. It was also called instilling wisdom. This wisdom was extremely deep. Millions of sword lights could be used. However, this was the level of a celestial. He had not reached it yet. Therefore, when the sword lights passed through, it could only be done without hurting him. He slashed at a luo can with his sword. The other 3 monks said in unison, "Hum." The Buddha's oppression became heavier. He did not have enough merit. He used nirvana to make up for it. He shook his sleeve. The so-called equality is the biggest inequality. This is a person who has become stupid from chanting Buddha. After testing a luo can, his roots were exposed. He opened his third eye and activated the equal wisdom. His niwen shook. He failed twice but still did not give up. He brazenly attacked. The sword river hung in the sky for the 3rd time. He shouted, "Who will test my Shenyuan sword edge?" The law of minister took a step forward and said, "The law of minister Xing is fierce. Since you have the courage of a swordsman, we Buddhists will sacrifice our lives to accompany you." The battle had really entered the rhythm of a Dao battle. It was different from Lu Xiaoyi's previous countless battles. This was the most common way he would face countless opponents in the future. When the level was higher, the battle would be more elusive. The only thing that did not change was that the danger was still there. Chapter 2246. The sword river fell without hesitation, as if the previous 2 failures had nothing to do with him. That was his confidence. He had never been disappointed in his flying sword. Even if the sword river was easily broken by the opponent's Buddhist state, he knew he should have persevered. The sword river was murderous, 5 elements, yin and yang, space. It had many Dao states, but it did not have Buddhism's Dao state. He knew very well that if he had Buddhism's Dao state from the start, these monks would not have broken his flying sword. Of course, he would not have been able to kill the monks immediately. He did not intend for the probing to turn into a bitter battle. Hence, it was still Taoism's Dao state. Rushing down, the sword river was divided into 10 different sword states. They did not disturb each other, but were closely connected. Such control made the monks secretly shocked. The Lu of minister stood upright and chanted, "Amitabha Buddha, come at me." He put his palms together, a golden lotus under his feet, and opened an eye on his forehead. That was the Dharma eye. The Dharma of minister, that was the wonderful observation wisdom. The wonderful observation wisdom was like hiding the master, doing as he pleased, following what Dharani gate, Samadhi gate, meaning that he could turn his wisdom freely without hindrance. Understanding emptiness, that was why he broke through stubbornness, that was why he could see the cause and effect of all things clearly. Everything was decided by cause and effect, that was why wisdom was obtained by understanding all kinds of laws of karma. Many doubts were dispelled by seeing the cause and effect of things clearly. Since karma was clear, the sword crossed the destined person. The sword light fell and separated from the law of proportion in the karmic fruit. It was a distant karma. No one knew when it started or where it started. In fact, it was just a starting point when the universe was first born. Minister Lu could not push the karmic fruit to the beginning of primordial chaos. Otherwise, Lu Xiaoyi's sword would become his sword. He could only push the karmic fruit so far away that the karmic fruit would not think there was any karmic connection between them. The flying sword flew past, like a passerby, without cause, fate, and effect. The Lu of minister counted the karma here, and the other 3 monks sang in unison, Ni. Lu Xiaoyi's body creaked under the pressure. He had already heard 3 proverbs. It was really stressful. The Anitya Hellguard within his body rotated, and he regained control of his body. He let out a long laugh. So it turns out that you're a hypocrite. If you talk about karma like this, I'm afraid that your parents and children have nothing to do with you. That's not bad. You're free from fatigue, and the world is filled with love. Good, good, good. While he was in the air, he unleashed the sword river again under the mountain-like pressure of the Buddha. This time, it was simple because there was only one monk who didn't receive his sword. Monk Paiji frowned. Enforcer. I'll just forget about it. A wandering ghost, a fake monk in a deserted temple, can't withstand a single sword strike from the executioner. Lu Xiaoyi sneered. You're so shy and secretive. The monks in the human world were actually frank in the end. You were supposed to be straightforward, but the more you cultivate, the more pretentious you become. If you can't handle it, What are you doing here? Are you here to drink with me? The sword waterfall fell from the sky, even more ferocious. Du Lu had a bitter look, 3 parts worry, and 7 parts embarrassment. He sat cross-legged in the air, pinching the lotus with his fingers. There was an eye on his forehead, it was the Buddha's eye. It was leisurely, it was the wisdom of success. The wisdom of success was the wisdom obtained from the 5 senses, sight, hearing, nose, tongue, and body. It was said to be able to spread all over the world, to show all kinds of inconceivable changes of Buddha. Convenience, gain, and pleasure were all sentient, constant and uninterrupted. The sword light flashed, it was joyous and harmonious. The monk and the sword seemed to merge together. You have me, I have you, the sword is no longer a sword, the monk is no longer a monk. The other 3 monks sang loudly, B.A. Lu Xiaoyi staggered. After the cycle of reincarnation, he finally caught his breath. His mouth was still full of venom. Great Master is really a wonderful person. You have cards in your pocket, you follow whoever you want. His probing was, in fact, the 4 monks were also probing him. Both sides didn't know each other, so they couldn't be considered familiar. They were very unfamiliar with each other, so there was a need for both sides to get in touch. Shooting with a goal in mind was the style of a top cultivator. They weren't like Xiao Xiu who first fought and then used the next move if one move didn't work. In a high-level battle, one careless mistake could cause one to lose the initiative or even lose one's life. This was not a joke. Therefore, the 4 monks wanted to know whether their lifelong study of Buddhism could effectively break the swordsman's infamous flying sword. Now it seemed that it could. Of course, the swordsman must have hidden something, but the general direction was here. The only thing he didn't reveal were some finely crafted things. They also had a backup plan. As for the 6-word proverb, this was the monk's right. 4 against 1, the advantage in numbers was also an advantage. However, no one would hypocritically challenge the opponent when they clearly had the advantage in numbers. While testing, it was their right to oppress the opponent with the proverb. There was nothing to say. Lu Xiaoyi had basically figured out the situation. The reason why these 4 monks were sent was obviously that the people appointed by the higher-ups were very particular. They strived to achieve a balance in the foundation of Buddhism, 3 bodies, 4 intelligences, and 5 eyes. They didn't want to give Lu Xiaoyi any chance. The Heaven's Eye, Divine Eye, Dharma Eye, and Buddha Eye could see through many things. No matter what tricks you used, it couldn't escape the eyes of the monks. Of course, among the 5 eyes, there was another eye called the naked eye. That was something everyone had. It was an alliance of the 4 and 5 eyes. Buddha had the 4 intelligences. The omniscient mirror intelligence, the equal intelligence, the wonderful observation intelligence, and the achievement intelligence. These 4 people each had their own intelligence, including all the intelligence in the world, present, past, and future. They were all-encompassing and all-encompassing. This combination was theoretically flawless. No matter what tricks Lu Xiaoyi used, it couldn't escape the eyes and intelligence of the 4 monks. As for how to deal with it, it was no longer important. As long as they could see through it, they could definitely find a way to deal with it. At their level, there was nothing they couldn't deal with. There were only things they couldn't see through in a short period of time. The arrangement was very thorough. It seemed that they had put in a lot of effort. To be able to gather 4 people at the peak of the half-immortal peak in the main world, the strength of Buddhism's foundation could be seen. However, this was only in theory. In this cultivation world, the decisive factors were often outside of theory. For example, the eyes of the Shi*T Master Lu. The Shi*T Master Lu's intelligence had no rationality. In theory, both sides had finished probing each other. Next, they would each display their Tao state and compete with each other based on their abilities. In this aspect, the 4 monks of Buddhism were extremely confident. This was because when they were probing each other, there were still 2 words left out of the 6 words of the maxim. They wouldn't recite it anymore. This was because once they finished reciting it, it would be a cycle of maxim reincarnation. Everything would start from the beginning, and it was completely unknown how much damage the opponent would suffer under the pressure of the maxim. The advantage of not reciting it was that within the rules of the maxim, the swordsman couldn't escape from the circle of the 4 monks. This was a little cunning and a little shameless. Playing dirty while probing each other openly should not be a Buddhist's way of doing things. However, cultivation sects were just this strange. When one's level was low, one's character would often be abandoned when one's level was high. What was dirty in the eyes of ordinary people would become wisdom when one reached the top of the mortal world. This was cultivation. Chapter 2247. Lu Xiaoyi had never thought of having a proper battle with the monks as it would take too much time. He had a crazier idea which he had been thinking about all these years. His body could not move far under the restrictions of the 4 monks' proverbs. He could use Buddhism's Tao state to get rid of the restriction, but he did not want to do so now. In fact, the restriction on him was exactly what he wanted. Otherwise, he would have escaped long ago, as he had already sensed that the monks were playing tricks under the proverbs. Why would he put himself in a trap just to test the waters? The monks tried to keep him in the proverbs by testing him, and he wanted to pull the monks into the trap too. However, this trap was not the same as the one he was looking for. Although he was bound by the proverbs, his expression did not change at all. His sword light flowed and the sword river split into 4 parts to attack the 4 monks. This was not a rational approach. Based on the difference in strength between the 5 of them, it was only a matter of millimeters. Focusing on one of them was the right thing to do. If one's strength was divided, one's spirit would be strong. This was a principle that even a foundation-building cultivator would understand. Therefore, even though his attack was so illogical, the 4 monks still used their heavenly wisdom Dharma eyes and awakened their wisdom. It was better to be safe than sorry. It was never wrong to be careful in front of a top-notch sword cultivator. They had time, cooperation, and capital to fight. Of course, they would not be careless. What if the swordsman's sword group had the ability to teleport? Lu Xiaoyi really did have such an ability. However, he would not play such a childish trick in front of such an opponent. In the end, there would be nothing but disappointment. 4 rays of sword light really attacked the 4 monks. Once again, it was broken by the 4 monks' wisdom state. However, this time, the sword light was slightly different. The sword light that attacked Zyro was flat. As soon as Zyro put down the omniscient mirror, he immediately noticed something strange. His mirror could see through all things, but it could not see through this thing. If it could not see through it, it would keep looking. If this thing belonged to Taoism, he could still deflect it. However, this thing belonged to Buddhism. It was a fragment of the path of enlightenment, a fragment of merit. Since it was a part of Buddhism, he was forced to break through it and enter the trap. After a brief moment of absent-mindedness, he found himself in an unknown place, but he couldn't even find his own body. To his surprise, he discovered that he had become a Tao realm cultivator, the blessed path realm that he was most familiar with. There were also others who had encountered the same situation. For example, a Luokan had encountered a nirvana fragment and was thus pulled in as well. The Prime Minister's law encountered a fragment of an Anitya Hellguard, and he couldn't escape either. Their wisdom was indeed unparalleled in the main world of Buddhism, but how could they completely see through the fragments of the great Tao? If they did, they would become immortals. They would not stay here and fight to the death with a boorish sword cultivator. Shiluo, a Luo Kan, and Biyu Xianglu entered the Tao realm space almost instantly. It was a space they had never been in before, completely different from the world of Buddhism. Then, Lu Xiaoyi, who was bound by Zhenyan, was also pulled in helplessly. The flying sword used to deal with him did not have a shard of Tao because Lu Xiaoyi did not have the 4th shard of Tao. This was the reason why he deliberately fell into the monk's trap. As a family, it was better to be together. This was a very novel space. It was different from the Buddhist kingdom in the palm of Buddhism, the enchantment of Taoism, or the illusion of heavenly fox. It was an extremely rare space, the Tao realm space. What was pulled in was not the bodies of the cultivators, but their understanding of the great Tao, which was also the foundation of their Tao. The peak of half immortal was approaching the end of the era. Every cultivator would build everything they had on the great Tao that they were most familiar with. At this time, their lives were not only composed of flesh, blood, elemental energy, and spirit. Above these basic elements, there was something more important, the Tao realm. Without the foundation of their Tao, they were nothing. In the middle and lower class, this situation was incomprehensible. However, when a cultivator reached the level of supreme, they began to work hard in this direction. Many Yuanying were even riding as fast as they could, but they could not catch up with the great changes in the universe. Lu Xiaoyi's meaning was that they should not fight with each other outside. Under the great Tao, they could only roll their eyes and glare at each other. They even did not need to be reborn. Because if the foundation of your great Tao was broken, where was the foundation of your rebirth? Was it just to rebuild a pile of minced meat? The collision of the Tao realm was not a direct collision between Lu Xiaoyi and the four monks at the same time. Instead, it was a struggle for merit, nirvana, and impermanence. To put it simply, the monks would develop the Tao realm of the three fragments of the great Tao in their panel, which was the old direction. However, Lu Xiaoyi would develop it in the direction of the new great Tao. In the end, the loser's consciousness of the great Tao would be buried forever in this Tao realm space, and what floated outside would be nothing but a pile of soulless rotten meat. It was cruel, but there was no other choice. In Lu Xiaoyi's thousands of years of life, others had always pulled him into a space, into a boundary, into a Buddhist land, or into an illusion. He had always been passive, but this time, he finally took the initiative. In view of his deep understanding of the great Tao, he had obtained the fragments of merit for more than 2,000 years, and he had been impermanence for almost 2,000 years. Only nirvana was a little shallow, but he could take the risk. This was also the expansion of his understanding of pulling others into his realm in the celestial fox illusion, and finally formed a Tao realm space that belonged solely to him. It was a very fair space. Whoever had the highest Tao realm, followed the trend, and followed the trend would win, regardless of whether you were the owner of this space or not. The only thing that pressured Lu Xiaoyi was that he had to adjust the direction of the three great Tao at the same time. However, the four monks could each focus on one great Tao, and there would still be one to spare. There were gains and losses. He had been researching for so long, how could he take advantage of everything? The four monks were also smart people. As soon as they entered the Tao realm space, they immediately knew that the only way to leave was to control the Tao realm and kill the swordsman. However, they were slightly relieved that the three Tao realm masters were all Buddhist Tao realm masters, and they were not unfamiliar with them. Of course, if they were Taoist Tao realm masters, they would not have been pulled in. The four of them each had their own strengths, so they naturally chose the Tao realm they were most familiar with. For example, Shilar specialized in merit, so he would control merit. They were all within the 5 virtues, so they had the same advantage. Aluo cultivated impermanence, so it was natural for him to control the Tao realm of impermanence, which was also suitable. In the Tao realm system of Xianglu, nirvana was one of his main cultivations, so it was natural for him to do so. As for Du Lu, he would support whichever Tao realm master was in danger, and he was considered a mobile force. However, on the great Tao, it was hard to say how useful such a mobile force would be. This was not a problem that could be solved with numbers. He was afraid that it would only add to the chaos. Chapter 2248. White Tiger had successfully lured these Taoists into the airspace it had set up. Afraid that a long delay might lead to trouble, it immediately began its hunt. First, it started with the flying sword. The White Tiger, also known as Wei Ji in the human world, was the founder of the killing sword lineage. It was precisely because he was the founder that his killing sword lineage had not undergone any fundamental changes even after tens of thousands of years. He had only focused on this aspect. This was a deep-rooted insistence in the minds of strange beasts. In fact, since the development of the way of the sword, the differences in the sword vein were no longer as clear as before. For example, Chong Lu and Lu Xiaoyi had long combined the vertical sword, killing sword, bright sword, Dao sword, star sword, and killing sword together. This was a trend. Unfortunately, strange beasts were not sensitive to trends. However, Its killing sword was still sharp. It did not split the sword light to cover the sky, but as it twisted and turned, the faint shadow of the sword was chilling. Coupled with the innate supernatural powers of strange beasts, as well as their innate immunity to forbidden techniques, this turn of events was equally shocking. Hua Hai's words were law. He pointed his finger, and turbid waves surged in front of White Tiger. This was the dark water heavy wave, specially used to deal with the ferocious beast. The White Tiger leaped and leaped high into the air. Standing on top of the turbid wave, the sword shadow flashed and the flying sword quietly appeared behind Center Buyi. Without any warning sign, the flying sword instantly hacked into Center Buyi's back. In the air, a green cloth slowly floated down and the real person had already appeared in another direction. No matter how strange the killing sword was, how could it easily deal with these top cultivators who had not appeared in the world? Before White Tiger had a chance to release a second sword, the turbid waves under its feet had already rolled up. The 5 elements were orderly, and if it was caught by this thing, it would probably lose a layer of skin even if it didn't die. It jumped up again, and a treasure was already hanging above its head. It shone with a dazzling golden light, and its soul was captivated. This kind of powerful distraction weapon was less effective against humans, but it was a perfect target for strange beast. White Tiger snorted coldly, and suppressed the annoyance in its mind. It opened its mouth and swallowed the treasure. With another turn, its body was already far away from the turbid waves. At the same time, it spat out its mouth, and the treasure spun out, but it was unharmed. He let out a loud fart to expel the damage caused by the treasures in his body. As he rushed forward, a sword light slashed towards Old Woman Fong, who had been silently cultivating all this time. However, this sword light didn't do as it wished. There was a spatial fault that suddenly appeared on the flying sword's sword trace, causing the sword to fly without any effect. This was Center Buyi's handiwork. The few of them leaped up like rabbits and swooped down like falcons, fighting in one place. Forbidden techniques and treasures filled the air, and the sounds of swords clashing could be heard. Among the Taoists, Old Woman Fong was relatively idle. She didn't directly participate in the encirclement of White Tiger. White Tiger frequently attacked her, but her companions helped to take care of it. The purpose of all this was to help her set up the Black Sea view as soon as possible. She had a conch called the Magic Conch. It was specialized in creating mirages and could drive away evil spirits. The so-called evil spirits were those that did not belong to the human race, including beasts and humans. Setting up this set under the Immortal Court was actually more to create a peaceful and prosperous world, where singing and dancing would be peaceful, cultivation would be harmonious, and all living things would return to heaven. Secondly, it was to drive away evil spirits. In all these years, it hadn't been able to drive away a single one, because no evil spirits would be stupid enough to cause trouble under the Immortal Court. It was just a decoration, but there was a reason why it was just a decoration. After all, it was an authentic immortal tool. Compared to Yang Xiaohua's junk that had been eliminated from the immortal world, it was much better. However, its shortcoming was that it was a little monotonous. But its function was also obvious here, especially in its wide range. Thinking back to how it was able to decorate the land of the Yellow Dragon under the Immortal Court, one could see the function of this Black Sea view. Once it was set up, it would last for a long time and would only fade away after a long time. The Taoists were waiting for this thing. Once the Black Sea view was set up properly, it would be time for them to surround and kill it. White Tiger also felt the danger of this thing. Originally, he didn't have a fixed target to kill, but now it was clear. He was waiting. He was waiting for Old Woman Fong, who was blowing the Dharma conch, to pass by his trap. They couldn't be too far away. If they were too far away, they would lose the effect of the surprise attack. For great cultivators like them, even if they were given a split second to react, they would miss the opportunity to succeed. Therefore, they had to be patient. In the blink of an eye, Old Woman Fong had already set up 30% of the Mirage Sea view while blowing the Dharma conch. In this 30% space of the Mirage Sea view, she faintly found something very strange. It was very small, and one would miss it if they didn't pay attention. But in the immortal array cloud like the Black Sea view, There was nothing strange that couldn't be discovered. White Tiger also noticed Old Woman Feng's movement around the blood droplets he had set up. He knew that there wasn't much time left. Old Woman Feng was only suspicious now, but she would be sure soon. If he continued to set up the Black Sea View, his essence droplets wouldn't be able to escape the Mirage Sea View's analysis. He decided to take action, even if it wasn't a very good opportunity. The so-called setting up was just a good idea, and it still needed some luck. He first flew far away, moving away from Old Woman Feng with the 3 Taoists. This was to prevent them from rescuing Old Woman Feng after he took action. Even if it was just a breath's worth of time, it would be good. Then, he suddenly unleashed the Sword River with all his strength and hid himself in the Sword River. The purpose of this was to delay the 3 Taoists from making the right decision. The moment he hid in the Sword River, he activated the Heart's Blood transformation ability. At the same time, he used the tiger as a switch and disappeared in the surging Sword River. Old Woman Feng was carefully observing the strange thing. Soon, she found that it was a drop of essence blood. As for whose it was, she didn't need to think too much. No human would do such a thing. Only demonic beasts that were good at bloodline power would do such a thing. There were more than one. She also believed that when the entire sky was filled with the Mirage Sea View, she would find more. Just as she was about to leave, the drop of blood essence suddenly erupted with a strong aura of life. A white tiger that looked exactly like Old White appeared out of thin air. Shaking its head and wagging its tail, it immediately fixed its eyes on Old Woman Feng and pounced on her. Old Woman Feng couldn't help but laugh. This was indeed a very good ability. The Heart's Blood transformation ability could create a weakened version of itself. It would have a certain degree of physical strength, but it didn't have any abilities. It could only rely on its claws and fangs to attack. How dare it pounce on her with such strength? She didn't even bother to dodge. She opened her mouth and spat out a white light. The white light had already destroyed this thing. Just as she was about to make fun of it, she suddenly felt that something was wrong. She immediately leaped forward, wanting to escape. But it was too late. When the real white tiger fell on her, the difference in speed made it impossible for her to escape. The white tiger's huge head stretched out and bit down on Old Woman Feng. Its jagged teeth closed, and she was immediately turned into minced meat. Only the conch of Dharma was left in its mouth, struggling to break free. It had already succeeded halfway, but now it was faced with a difficult choice. Should it chase after the reborn Old Woman Feng? Or should it spend some time to subdue the conch of Dharma? Chapter 2249. Chong Lu was still flying a kite. To be honest, he didn't like this kind of opponent, because he was the only one among the 3 who needed to be careful in the battle. If he had a choice, he would rather deal with those Taoist priests or monks. At least he could have fun. Among his opponents, only 2 people were worth paying attention to. One was the Taoist priest who drew the bow, and the other was Zhu Mingzi who hadn't arrived yet. One was hiding something, and the other was plotting something in the dark. But he will not change his plan because of potential danger. Under the flying sword, all conspiracies will be exposed. His preparation was almost over. Thunderbolt Killing Sword was one of the most representative of his thousands of years of swordsmanship. The ordinary version of Thunderbolt Killing Sword had 1,000 lightning strikes, 1,000 lightning strikes, 1,000 lightning strikes, and 1,000 lightning strikes. Among them, the 1,000 lightning strikes was the ultimate attack. The sky was covered with thunderclouds, and the power was getting stronger and stronger. After so many years, this thunder secret skill had been changed beyond recognition by him. It had become more subtle and sudden. The key changes were in 2 points. First, there was no more thunderclouds. The advantage was that the opponent would not be scared away before the lightning strikes. In his thousands of years of experience, whenever he wanted to use this secret technique, the result was basically the same. The opponent would start to run away before the lightning strikes. There was no other way. The thunderclouds were too terrifying, and they were still endlessly accumulating. Secondly, there was no need to attack someone all the time to complete the target guidance. This was very useful in a group battle. It could be achieved by gathering momentum on other people, and finally complete a destructive blow on another person. Therefore, he gathered momentum on Xueyu to kill other people. Xueyu's feeling was right, but at the same time, she was also calculated to be dead by Chonglu. She would not speak out her doubts just because she had doubt. She would only inform her own people. Chonglu originally wanted to wait for Zhu Mingzi to appear before making a move. This way, he could monitor the movements of the night watchman on the 8th day. But now, it seemed that this guy was very calm. The opponent hiding in the dark was always dangerous. He was not willing to wait any longer, because he always believed that among the three people, he had the obligation to protect them. He jumped out and looked in the direction of the winged people. Xueyu could feel the meaning in his eyes. It was encouragement, but also a warning. The meaning was quite deep. So, she knew that the mystery was about to be revealed. Although he didn't know who it was, he knew that those three people were definitely not the winged ones. It seemed like the swordsman's keen senses were not only in battle, but also in the finer details of the organization. The sword light twirled and spiraled. Amidst its unpredictability, it suddenly flashed and slashed the head of the grand shaman who had been controlling devil god Ding Jiao. This attack was not light and had a strong penetrative power. However, with his companions restraining him and his constant preparation, he still could not break through the defense. The filthy clouds above his head flickered and then dimmed, and the sword light disappeared without a trace. In the span of 10 breaths, everyone here had been struck by lightning. It was clear that the swordsman had yet to find a suitable opportunity or target. Just as the sword slashed down, demonic god Ding Jiao continued his relentless pursuit. His hair danced wildly in the air as he drew his longbow, ready to fire. The 5 winged men circled around and pounced downwards. In the normal rhythm, there was suddenly a trace of abnormality. A bright light suddenly flashed in the void, and it was so dazzling that it was impossible to look at it directly. The surging power of thunder suddenly appeared, and it was a warning that the thunder had already struck. In this world, there was no way to avoid the purple lightning. Who was it? Just as this thought emerged in everyone's mind, a breath of rebirth had already begun to give them the answer. It was one of the 2 grand shamans, the one who controlled devil god Ding Jiao. There was no other reason. This kind of immortal undead creature was the biggest potential threat to him, so he had to get rid of it first. Just as the rebirth started, the scene was like a drop of hot oil, instantly boiling. Chonglu turned into an aurora, and he and his sword were tightly drawn together. With a beginning, there must be a result. Rebirth was just a process, and death was the end. Now, there was nothing that could stop his next fatal blow. The Taoist traveler's longbow shook, and the god-sealing arrows that had been ready for a long time were shot out. The other grand shaman's chi and blood instantly erupted, and the hair snakes that filled the sky were thicker than usual. He was very clear that the life of his companions depended on the speed of his rescue. The 5 winged men were a little far away, and pouncing would take too much time. Therefore, they attacked from afar, and their long feathers covered the sky. There was another breath that came from afar, but it was difficult to catch up with this instantaneous change. When the demon sword Venerable killed, no one could save him. One death was enough for him to judge the past and the future. This was the confidence of a 10,000-years-old swordsman. In the Tao disappearing celestial phenomenon, there was an even bigger explosion of light. That was the huge energy collision between the flying swords, the hair snake-tide, the god-sealing arrows, and the long feathers that broke through the sky. Everyone tried their best, but they were still unable to stop a figure from rising into the sky. Although he was a little embarrassed, Chonglu was still able to move freely. He moved away and then returned, not caring about his opponents who were already a little red-eyed. This was the rhythm he hoped for the most. Excitement, change, and madness. Only in this madness, the craziest swordsman could find more opportunities. There were still 8 of them, but they were missing the grand shaman who used demon god Ding Jiao, and had an additional night watcher. The remaining grand shaman was the first to discover their real problem. Forgive me for being blunt, but if the winged men friends can't do their best, then our so-called hunt this time is meaningless. I originally thought that the people who came to help were friends, but I didn't expect that they could be ingrates. He was sad about the death of his companions, so his words were extremely rude. The winged men might be afraid of Taoists and Buddhists, but they would never lower their heads in front of other forces. Evidence. Before you speak, please take out evidence. If you can't take it out and refuse to apologize, then the ingrates may become red-eyed wolves. Zhu Mingzi had a headache. The thing he didn't want to happen the most had happened. Although there was no evidence that the winged men didn't put in effort, for peak half-immortals like them, feelings were more important than evidence. Obviously, the winged men were a little unwilling to be implicated in karma, they wanted to retreat. The battle began to stabilize. Chong Lu was looking for an opportunity, while they were resolving their internal conflict. The flying sword's attack was now completely exposed. They went straight for Zhu Mingzi, the Grand Shaman, and the Taoist traveler, but they didn't touch the 5 winged men at all. This was a kind of disintegration. There was no need to say much, just do it. He was facing a group of opponents with the most numbers, but also the most complicated group. Now it seemed that there were at least 3 forces, and most likely 4. For someone who was used to fighting, tearing them apart from the inside was the smartest thing to do. According to his experience, this kind of crack couldn't be mended, it was only a matter of time. But he couldn't open it now. If he could kill one of the 3, then it would be the best time to open his mouth. Chapter 2250. Zhu Mingzi tried to calm himself down. There was a danger of things spiraling out of control. Now was not the time to put on airs. Fellow Taoists, let's not talk about the past and only talk about the future. These people are the great enemies of mankind. The change of eras, these are the seeds of disaster. Since we are in this era, we should work together to save the order of the universe from danger. This is also the consensus we reached before. In this way, the 5 of you will be the main attacker in the next phase. The 3 of us will support from the side. Don't worry about one thing. If you don't do your best, you will be punished by the heavenly tribulation. His words were righteous, but the winged men did not buy it at all. Perhaps they would still submit in the end, but that would be because of benefits and promises, and not because they were fools with wings. Snowplume raised his eyebrows. They may be the great enemies of mankind, but the problem is that we are not humans. Humans have never acknowledged us. Disaster. What impact will this have on the winged men? There were no disasters in the past few million years, but the result is that we have been imprisoned here. Then let me ask you, if you put yourself in our position, would you like to cause trouble? Or would you prefer everything to be as usual? We have reached a consensus before, but the consensus is that we will help you. Not us, the winged clan, as the master. You have to be clear about your priorities. You are the ones who want to kill, not us. Helping you from the side is already the greatest kindness we winged men can show. Generally, we should not participate in the dogfight among humans. History tells us that no matter which race, as long as you participate, nothing good will come out of it. You will either be betrayed, forgotten, or abandoned. The ancient beasts once participated, but they were divided into holy beasts and ferocious beasts. They were on opposite sides of the world and hated each other. You humans did not even have to do anything. An ancient and powerful race crippled themselves, giving you humans the most precious time to develop. The celestial fox also participated. In the end, it stayed in the exterior realm for a few million years. Without a future, it will be difficult to rise again. Now you are encouraging us to create hatred in the front. I just want to know, have you found a place for us winged men to be imprisoned? The armored man laughed at the side. Junior sister, you are right. I am not good with words, but I can't say it out loud. Junior sister, what you said is the opinion of the 5 of us, and also the opinion of all winged men. There is no need to ask others. Zhu Mingzi did not expect the winged men to be so decisive. Indeed, no race was to be fooled. In the past, they would not have dared to say these words. But on the eve of the change of the era, these words would definitely be spoken. Otherwise, this race was hopeless. When the winged man removed the veil of shame, He realized that he had no way of persuading him. That was because he did not have the right to decide the future of a race. This was not something that the cultivators of the lower realm could decide. The right to decide was in the hands of the higher-ups, but the higher-ups were already busy with their own affairs. Now that they could not even protect themselves, who would be willing to take responsibility for a race in the lower realm? Was it of the world of the world? They might not to be, after the men to be, it was still unknown who would be in power. Actually, the way the winged men had been behaving along the way was considered normal. They had stood on their side and helped them to the best of their ability. They did not go easy on them and were sincere when they rescued them. However, if they wanted them to take the lead and fight to the death with the sword cultivators, if he had known, he would have split up the winged men. Zhu Mingzi regretted it. The team with the most people was the first to meet with an accident. This made him depressed. He had been away from the world for too long and immersed in the nobility of the night watchman. He did not know much about the underworld. This was not a problem that could be solved by personal strength. Originally, they had maintained such a situation. With the three of them as the main force and the 5 winged men assisting them, it was not that they could not fight, and they still had a high chance of winning. However, because the Grand Sorcerer was sad about the death of his companions, he did not choose his words carefully. After poking a hole in the window paper, even the previous fragile situation was difficult to maintain. Now that the winged men had a grudge, they would slack off even more. This was the real problem now. Just as he was racking his brains, thinking about how to give the winged race some benefits first so that there would not be internal strife, the Dao traveler who had been silent all this time suddenly spoke. Winged men, you must cooperate fully. Don't slack off, or don't blame me for being impolite. You still have the winged men as a barrier and have time to slowly adapt to the outside world. Without this barrier, I want to see what you will do now. As he spoke, his aura changed again. He was no longer an ordinary individual that had always been lukewarm, but an ancient and boundless aura. Just like the winged men, there were also invisible wings flapping on his back, but they were larger, more powerful, and filled with an oppressive aura. This was not an ordinary traveler, but the incarnation of the Great Rock. This time, it was the winged men's turn to be stunned. They did not expect that the Great Rock would participate in this, and even take the form of an ordinary human. No one could see through it. In the face of this theoretical bloodline ancestor, they really couldn't muster up the will to resist. The threat was real. The winged men was originally a space created by the immortal rock. Since it could give it to them, it could take it back now. But the winged men were far from ready to return to the human world. This was a very awkward question. For nearly 1,000,000 years, the winged men had never stopped trying to rush out of the winged men and enter the origin world. Now that the opportunity had come, shouldn't they be happy? But that was then, and this was now. When they wanted to rush out, they had the idea of fighting to the death with the humans and fighting for their rights through war. In the process, they would suffer heavy losses. Most of the winged men would not be able to see the day their race gained a firm foothold in the origin world. This was a process that a race had to go through, so they could accept it. But it was different now. With the era changing approaching, the winged men could peacefully integrate into the origin world. In the chaos before and after the era changing, the humans could not even take care of themselves, so who would take care of them? So the possibility of smoothly passing through was relatively high. This was also the main reason why the winged men had been restraining themselves. But they were not ready yet. They still had to contact and curry favor with the various human forces, so that they would not be enemies the moment they went out. They even needed a proof of allegiance, as long as they knew which side they were on. All of this required time. If the winged men collapsed now, what awaited them would be the deep fear of the humans. Fear slowly turned into a threat, and then an endless war ensued. And all of this was something they could have avoided. How could 1,000,000 people be so easily abandoned? Chapter 2251. The winged people's divine senses clashed, and it was still Xueyu who took the lead. Although she wasn't the strongest among the hidden wings, she was recognized as the smartest, the one with the best overall vision, and the one with the best relationships. Therefore, when it came to the important matters, it wasn't her who took the lead, but her. It was a bit bitter. This was the result of not being strong enough. In the end, they couldn't escape being controlled by others. Since it's the Peng Lord's words, we're willing to follow. But there's one thing, and that's cooperation. This is what we agreed on from the start. This was the winged people's bottom line. They definitely couldn't become the main force that was courting death. Finally, they reached an agreement. Great Peng Jumingzi was the main attacker, and the 5 winged people worked together. The situation was actually back to before Great Peng spoke. In fact, if he thought about it carefully, he didn't achieve anything by revealing his Great Peng identity. That swordsman was very sharp, but he didn't know if he noticed when he slightly released his aura. Under Zhu Mingzi's command, the offensive gradually improved. Chong Lu immediately noticed this change. He was a bit puzzled. How could the gap be closed so quickly? Just now, he had also launched a few attacks, wanting to use this opportunity to take down another one. However, Zhu Mingzi's arrival changed the direction of the battle. This was a true top expert, not someone with an undeserved reputation. Even if his lifespan wasn't as long as his, it wasn't much worse. He had always been wandering around the threshold of immortality. Compared to the people in the inner and outer scenic skies who had high hopes but little hope in reality, he couldn't be compared. It was also at this moment that he happened to brush past a winged man while he was fleeing, and a clear and cold divine sense was transmitted to him. Bloodline pressure, I have to use all my strength. I hope you will respect yourself. Chong Lu's heart skipped a beat as he realized something. There were indeed 4 groups of people. In the Dao realm space, the battle between the Dao realms was in full swing. Among the 3 Dao realms, Lu Xiaoyi focused on defense in the Nirvana realm. He deliberately tolerated it, allowing the law of minister to press forward step by step. In fact, it was to free up his energy and gain the upper hand in the other 2 Dao realms. The law of minister understood his intentions, but there was no good way to deal with such a battle between Dao realms. The most powerful support could only be used in the Nirvana realm. In terms of merit and Anitya Hellguards, he was unstoppable. When it came to the Dao realm, it was a competition of comprehension and inspiration. In terms of details, it was a competition of foundation and thickness. It was something that had been polished over a long period of time. He had roughly 2,000 years' worth of foundation in merit and Anitya Hellguards. That amount of time was naturally nothing compared to these old cultivators. That said, his strength lay in the fact that his understanding of merit and Anitya Hellguards was consistent with the development of the universe, and that the Great Tao was an irreversible trend. For the past 2,000 years, his favorite thing to do when he was cultivating was to show off his broken pieces. It wasn't to show off in front of others. Instead, it was to let the Great Tao fragment feel the changes in this universe in all aspects with him, thus achieving a subtle influence on the fragment itself. This was a method that he had created to comprehend and perfect the Great Tao. In the future, regardless of whether the Great Tao was innate or acquired, it would have to be brought out to be judged and questioned by others, and it was impossible for it to shut itself up and speak to itself. In that case, if he wanted to rely on the Great Tao to convince others, he would have to at least convince these Great Tao fragments first. Arguments alone were useless. The will of the Great Tao in the Mudpill Palace was like the rocks in the toilet, smelly and hard. The best way was to take them out and show them off. Not under the sun, but in the void of the universe, under the heavenly Tao. This way, they could fully feel the changes in the universe over the past few years. They were the sharpest spirits of the Great Tao in the world, hundreds and thousands of times sharper than human cultivators. As time passed and the number of times they were exposed to the sun increased, they would naturally understand the trend of the universe's changes. As innate spirits of the Great Tao, of course, they would naturally adapt, change, and integrate. They were also the most pious and selfless students in the cultivation world. They wouldn't persist because of so-called traditional circles. They would be whatever the world and the universe became. Strictly speaking, although they were still Great Tao fragments now, they were completely different from when they had just collapsed. In contact with the universe, and in the argument with Lu Xiaoyi, they gradually became more suitable for the trend of the universe. Therefore, sometimes Lu Xiaoyi thought that it wasn't a good thing to capture the Great Tao fragments immediately after the collapse of the Great Tao. It would be better if they could wait for the Great Tao fragments to patrol the universe for a while. However, this was purely because the well-fed didn't know the suffering of the starving. If they really encountered a Great Tao fragment, who would wait for a few hundred years? Merit and impermanence were two completely different shards that had evolved and adapted. Under Lu Xiaoyi's guidance, they had completely deviated from the former mainstream, which was the old order, and the old system that the conservative people had adhered to. One could imagine what Schiller and Aluo had encountered during the meeting. They were destined to not be able to change the will of the Great Tao fragments. The more they insisted, the more they were hated by the Great Tao fragments. They were regarded as incorrigible heretics. Heretics should be eliminated. This was the simplest will of the Great Tao spirits. It had never changed. Back then, when they came to Lu Xiaoyi's Niwen Sparrow Palace, they wanted to eliminate Lu Xiaoyi. Now that they were sent over, they wanted to eliminate other dissidents. Of course, Lu Xiaoyi was more or less fanning the flames. The Tao realms had long been intertwined. The monks, Lu Xiaoyis, and the Great Tao fragments were entangled with each other and couldn't be separated. When the Great Tao fragments and Lu Xiaoyi were in cahoots, the monks' outcome was destined. They really had no chance. This was because they were conservative and stubborn. They couldn't tolerate the trend of the universe's changes. They were like mantises trying to stop a chariot, trying to stop the wheel of cultivation history. Was it wrong to be crushed under the wheel of history? Not at all. If you insist on sticking to the old, then just be a relic. Why do you have to jump out? Do you think you can make the wheel of history tumble? If you don't die, who will? Schiller and Aluo Kan's experiences were truly tragic. They had countless treasures, mystical secret techniques, cultivation bases, and tens of thousands of years of experience, but in the end, they were all useless. Their Tao realms were stripped away, and they lost their foundation. Even Yuanying wouldn't have died so miserably here. Because Yuanying couldn't use the Great Tao as the foundation, they had to focus on their physical cultivation. They did it because they wanted to establish their Tao and become immortals, making the final preparations before ascending to immortality. Therefore, once the Tao disappeared, the body died. Outside the Tao realm space, the corpses of the two monks were constantly reborn. They died when they were reborn because their Tao foundations were gone. They died and reborn because they had to follow the rules of life of the young god. Just like that, the energy in their bodies was constantly depleted. After countless times, the energy in their bodies could no longer support their rebirth. The strange thing was that the Tao didn't even disappear. Because their energy was gone, because their Tao foundations were gone, it was extremely cruel. Chapter 2252. From the beginning to the end, Paiji monk Du Lu did not join forces with Schiller or Aluo. This monk was a real thief. Could it be that he had seen through the two of them? Or did he not understand the impermanence of merit? In any case, he helped Schiller from the beginning. He followed the rules and did not overstep his boundaries. Before the path of merit completely entangled him, he retreated. Then, he started to help Aluo. Similarly, he lowered his position. Before he felt that the situation was over, he retreated again. In the end, he stuck closely to the path of nirvana. Together with the law of minister, he gave Lu Xiaoyi heavy pressure. Moreover, he did not steal the limelight on the path of nirvana. With the law of minister as the leader, he only gave some small opinions and retorts. This made him seem very childish on the path of Great Tao. He was a typical shovel-wielding person. Lu Xiaoyi was very passive on the path of nirvana. Fortunately, he persevered. Now, he could focus all his attention on nirvana. The situation had improved. He had to establish a foothold first, then slowly counterattack. After all, he had not been on the path of nirvana for long. It had been less than 200 years since he obtained the fragment from the path of no return. The time he had to dry the fragment was limited, and the time they had to communicate with each other was not enough. However, he was still very confident. This was because although he did not dry the fragment much, this fellow had drifted in the void of the universe for a long time. It had been 700 or 800 years since then. Such self-drying made it different from when it had just collapsed. However, this difference was its own realization and not Lu Xiaoyi's guidance. Therefore, the future was bright, but the path was winding. He would definitely be able to reach an agreement with the fragment because their defy direction was the same. The law of minister would definitely lose, even if he had the upper hand now. This was because his direction was wrong. He needed time to reach an agreement with the fragment. Then, he would wipe out the last two at once. Time was very precious to him as well. Because the greatest danger he faced while pulling others into the Tao realm wasn't within the Tao realm but outside. His and the other monks' bodies were floating outside. Once they were discovered, it would be a disaster for him. Without a body, only the Tao realm was left. Could it be that he would become a law in the end? If that was the case, what fun would there be in life? He had nothing left. He had no hands to hammer people, no feet to stomp people, no eyes to glare at people, no mouth to spit at people, no stabbing people. There were 20 of them, while they only had 3. Even an idiot would know that these two old fogies wouldn't be so free as to come out and wander around. The only possibility was that the other side had deployed their forces. As long as one of their opponents came to their battlefield, he was doomed to die. This was where his Tao realm space was not perfect, but there was nothing he could do about it. Things had started in a hurry, and he was already very satisfied that this method could reach this stage. The rest could only be a gamble. Therefore, he was actually in a hurry to return to his body. However, the more he thought about it, the more he couldn't show it. He had to act like he was going to waste his time until the end of time. It was also tough. She sighed and felt that it wasn't right for her to wait here like a fool. Her condition was better now. Although she still couldn't fight, she could still fly at a slow speed. No one came to find trouble with her because she was originally an insignificant existence. The winged men had snowy feather, so they couldn't do anything to her. The armored men had placed the rock's blood-boiling seal on her. It seemed rude, but they were worried that she would be restricted from joining some organization. If she didn't join, she might still be able to live. If she joined, she would definitely die. The old cultivators also didn't take her seriously, because she wasn't even qualified to be a hostage. In theory, she should be considered an outer circle of the old cultivators. After all, the news came from the Lavender sect. When everyone ignored her, it was actually a terrible feeling, because she wasn't even qualified to be a chess piece. Therefore, she decided to go out for a walk. She couldn't feel anything here, and there were so many battles going on. It was a terrible feeling to be deaf and blind. She flew slowly. Actually, she didn't really want to see anything. It was just a natural reaction after the information was cut off. She first flew in the direction of the white tiger because she felt that among the 3 swordsmen, the swordsman was the most likely to get into trouble. Next was the old swordsman, and last was the lunatic. This was her intuition. She knew too well how frightening this man's rationality could be in his madness. She didn't fly too far before she felt the violent fluctuations in the air in front of her. It was chaotic, and she could hear the white tiger's roars from time to time. In this space where there was only a small amount of air, the roars were especially loud. After listening for a while, she knew that she couldn't fly any further. Entering a battle of this level was the most taboo. It was easy to be accidentally injured. No one was sure which side she was on, so they could only attack first. Even if she was at her peak, she might not be able to escape unscathed from such a fierce battle, let alone her current state. Since she knew that the white tiger was still fighting, there was nothing to worry about. She changed her direction and continued to listen. After flying for some distance, she didn't sense any other movements, but she did sense the aura of the winged men. After fighting with them for almost 10,000 years, she was very familiar with their aura. Since the winged men were still fighting, the old swordsman must also be fighting. It was still an unknown situation. Therefore, she began to fly in the third direction. In her opinion, this should be the most earth-shattering battle with the greatest momentum. Because Lu Xiaoyi could strike with millions of swords, his sword momentum was extremely swift and fierce. The Buddhist divine skill was also good at long range. Once the Buddhist realm was displayed, it could be felt from far away. Therefore, she felt that this battlefield should be easy to find. Then, like before, she would feel from the periphery and not cause trouble for that guy. But the strange thing was, the battlefield that could have caused the most commotion was completely silent. She flew in the direction where the swordsman left, but she couldn't sense any movement. That could only mean one thing: he had run far away. Or, did he change his direction? Since there was nothing to do, she continued to fly downwards. The surroundings were abnormally cold. Not to mention the traces of a battle, there were no traces of cultivators flying. Flying down like this, she also felt that something was wrong. Logically speaking, the space of rock journey 10,000 miles wasn't too big. If they didn't fight here and went somewhere else, they would definitely meet in the other two battlefields. Would the old cultivators allow the three of them to meet? She felt that she was about to reach the end of the space. A bad premonition arose in her heart, but she didn't know why. Just as she was about to stop this frightening search, she suddenly discovered something strange in front of her. Her divine sense was far from normal, so she discovered it a little late. When she sensed it with her divine sense, she also saw it with her eyes. There were 5 corpses. There were also 2 exploding corpses. Chapter 2253. She gathered her courage and went closer. Only then did she realize that they were not exploding corpses, but they were dying endlessly. They were 2 monks. Aunt Xue had introduced them to her before. One was called Shiluo, and the other was called Alok. Not far away, she watched the corpses explode repeatedly. Even in her nearly 10,000 years of life, she had never seen such a scene before. It truly made her feel cold all over. It was indescribably horrifying. Actually, she couldn't do anything. Even if she was in her normal state, she couldn't do anything because she couldn't stop the law of cultivation, let alone now that she was crippled. Not far from where Shiluo Aluka was exploding, there were 3 more corpses. When the onlookers endured the discomfort and took a closer look, they finally realized that this was not a large-scale scene of mutual destruction. These 3 people were still alive, but their consciousness was nowhere to be found. After all, she was a 4th decay cultivator. Although she no longer had her strength, her vision and experience were still there. With a little judgment, she understood the truth of the matter. This must be the result of the 2 opposing sides entering some inexplicable space, where they decided to fight to the death. From the direction of the orthodoxy, it was most likely the monks or even the Buddhist space. However, her divine sense was limited now, so she could not determine where the Buddhist space was. In fact, even if she could determine it, with the abilities of these monks, she would not be able to enter. She could only watch from outside. The strange thing was, if it was the Buddhist space, why were the monks the ones who died? The situation was obvious. The remaining 3 people were still fighting, and 2 of them had already been killed by the swordsman. She was not surprised by this result. Master Liang had already said that the orthodoxy of the Shenyuan swordsman was very strained. They couldn't be treated as one-track-minded thugs. Should she continue to wait here for the remaining 3 to fight to the death, or should she leave as soon as possible and leave this place? In an instant, she made a decision. Leave. Leave with the swordsman's body. The so-called space was indescribably dangerous, especially if the body did not enter and was left outside the space. Usually, experienced cultivators, no matter if it was Buddhism or Taoism, or even the illusion of the celestial fox, would have a complete set of plans in this regard. They would either enter with their body, or leave their body outside with a good place to settle down. They would either enter a foreign country or have their own companions watching over them. They would definitely not float outside and be trampled on. Even small Yuanian cultivators would not do this, not to mention peak half-immortals like them. There was only one possibility. They had entered in a hurry and were caught off guard. There were two possibilities that could break this fragile balance. Either the old cultivators took advantage of the extra person to destroy the swordsman's body, either they were from the other two battle groups, or they were from the old Shio Corporation. Therefore, the only one who was truly in danger was the sword cultivator. Actually, there was another way, and that was to kill the two monks herself. This was the most thorough method, but she would not do that. Doing so would mean that she would be standing on the opposite side of the conservative faction. There would be no more room for maneuver. She believed that in the 2,000 years before the end of the era, the Shenyuan sect would be able to withstand such pressure, but the Lavender sect definitely wouldn't be able to. Moreover, this was not in line with her usual style of dealing with people. Although it seemed silly, she had her own principles. She would do what she should do, but she would not do what she should not do, no matter how simple it was. Her way of thinking actually saved her life. Destroying her body might be very easy for a normal half-immortal, but for the current her, there was still a certain degree of difficulty. With her current terrible situation, she might even be thrown into the Dao realm space. She was not sure about this. What she needed to do now was to take the swordsman and leave. It sounded simple, but it was actually not easy. A cultivator's body was outside, and their consciousness had gone to another place. If they rashly moved, their consciousness might not be able to find their body and home. This was no different from destroying their body. Therefore, if they wanted to take their body away, the body must be willing, but their body was in an unconscious state, without any active consciousness. How could they make him willing? She could only awaken some instincts, something deep in their soul that would never be extinguished. She did not know what it was, but she could try. Enforcer, do you know that your current situation is very dangerous? There are many enemies eyeing you covetously. For your safety, please come with me. Su Ren gently persuaded him. She did not dare to speak loudly or provoke him. She was afraid that it would affect his consciousness in the space and allow others to take advantage of it. Lu Xiaoyi's eyes were dull, but some things would never change. Enemies? Where are they? Shenyuan swordsman is not afraid of enemies. I am right here, let them come at me. If I frown, I am not a hero. Su Ren was speechless. He was already like this, but he still did not forget to brag. Thus, she continued to persuade him. Enforcer, White Tiger and Senior Chonglu are still fighting hard. Why don't I take you to help them? Lu Xiaoyi was dumbfounded. No. Shenyuan swordsman never put his hopes on others, even if they are from the same sect. I can't go. My fighting style is not suitable for them. Instead, it will put them in danger. It is better for me to deal with them alone. Let them wait. Let me kill the immortal court first. Su Ren felt a chill. It turned out that deep in his soul, this person wanted to wipe out the immortal court. How dare he? To tell the truth, it seemed that she could not fool this stubborn braggart. Su Ren decided to change her method. She could also deceive him with good intentions. Who would take it seriously after the fact? Enforcer, Li Wuya from your sect is here. He asked me to tell you that he has something to ask you. Lu Xiaoyi's neck was stiff. Li Wuya? Do I have to go just because he asked me to? In sword vein orthodoxy, whoever has the biggest fist is the ancestor. I may not lose to him, so why should I listen to him? If he really has something to say, ask him to come and greet me first. Su Ren was speechless. She had seen people who deceived their masters and killed their ancestors, but she had never seen someone who deceived their masters and killed their ancestors so righteously. That's right. In the depths of his soul, Shenyuan was probably only one ancestor, little ancestor Lu. She originally thought that it was a simple matter, but she had pushed him into a desperate situation. He was unmoved by force or persuasion. He was impervious to oil and salt. How could she deal with such a plaything? Su Ren's personality had always been gentle, magnanimous, and natural. For someone like Lu Xiaoyi, what exactly was hidden in the depths of his soul? How could she persuade him to change his mind? She had no clue at all. They were completely different types of people. Su Ren's mouth was mumbling, but she was secretly thinking, I'm a Su Ren. That bastard suddenly turned his head, his eyes shining brightly, bright and full of vigor. A Su-ren. A Su-ren is good. I wonder if Big Sister Su-ren's invitation is for me to go with you. The onlookers could not understand what was going on. Was all this nonsense? She only needed to sign up. Was she that close to him? Yes. Enforcer, are you willing to go to a place with me? Lu Xiaoyi opened his mouth wide, saliva flowing down uncontrollably. Let's go, let's go. Big Sister Su-ren's invitation, even if I have to go through a mountain of swords and a sea of flames, I, Lu Xiaoyi, will definitely follow you to death. I will do my best until my death. Chapter 2254. She flew backwards in a daze. After a few steps, she would turn around to look, only to find that this guy was following her very closely. It was almost as if he was afraid that she would get lost. She was very curious. How did she manage to persuade this fellow? She didn't say anything, did she? Except for her name. If she couldn't figure this out, her heart would itch. Hence, she tried to test him. I'm Su-ren. Do you know me? Lu Xiaoyi's saliva flowed like a line. Of course I know you. As long as you're a sister, I know you. This is the key. Su-ren was aware of this problem, but she was still confused as to what it meant. Then I have a sister. Her nickname also has a personal character. She's called Widow. Do you know her? Lu Xiaoyi's eyes lit up. He grabbed Su-ren's wrist and said, I'd like to meet her. Where is she? Take me to her. Su-ren wanted to break free. However, even if she was at her peak, she couldn't break free from this iron claw, let alone now. The claw was still hot like fire, so she could only play it down. Don't worry, Inspector. I'll take you there now. Can you take your hand away first? You're hurting me. The two of them flew slowly, one in front and one behind because Su-ren couldn't increase her speed. However, she also realized that this guy was indeed not in his right mind. Otherwise, he would have lifted her up and flown by himself in such a heated manner. He wouldn't be like this now, as if he didn't realize anything. Although the process was strange, she had achieved her goal. However, Su-ren also knew that in this space, there was nowhere for them to hide. At most, she could only buy them some time. But in the end, she did what she should do. This was also her limit. Lu Xiaoyi calmed his mind and stopped thinking about other things. Since he had already killed two of them, he had already made a profit out of one of them. In this case, he didn't lose anything. The struggle between the two monks and him in the Dao realm was in full swing. If this continued, the victory would belong to him sooner or later, but time belonged to the old cultivators. If this dragged on for too long, it would truly be disadvantageous to him. However, the problem of the Dao realm was not something that could be solved quickly just because one wanted to. There were too many aspects involved, and there were too many clues. One could only solve them one by one. He hadn't gotten back to a tie yet, but he was working hard in that direction. His only chance was that no one was willing to see him walk step by step towards death, so there would definitely be a final struggle. Just like Schiller and Elok, the reason why they collapsed so quickly was because they wanted to take a risky move, but it turned out to be a disaster. This was the result of being unwilling to give up. He always wanted to fight to the death. However, in the realm of Dao, what was wrong was wrong. Even if he fought with all his might, he would not be able to get it right. In the end, he could only slide down the wrong path into the abyss. Things that he could not understand in his entire life, he could understand now. It wasn't like he was writing a novel. If the two monks saw that the situation was not right, they would fight with all their might, which would accelerate the collapse of his Dao realm system. That would be his chance. Therefore, the only thing he could do was to slowly put pressure on them, letting the shadow of failure envelop the two monks, forcing them to do anything in desperation. Were the monks anxious? Did they realize that the end was coming? Of course. They were not stupid. How could they not understand such a simple logic? If they continued to fight step by step, they would definitely lose. And during this period of time, his companions might not be able to rush over as he wished. To control one's fate in one's own hands, this was the basic philosophy of a major cultivator. No one would place their hopes on others. If they really thought so, they would have died 800 times already. We can't go on like this. This Tao fragment originally fused with the new trend of the universe's changes. This is the foundation, and we can't change it. Even a golden immortal can't control it, and in the end, his Tao collapsed, let alone us. Minister Lu was still calm, but only the heavens knew how much of it was true. Du Lu agreed. We can't win against the trend. It's not that we can't win, it's not realistic to place our hopes on others to save us. The Daoists group doesn't live up to their name, they're strong on the inside, but weak on the inside. If the four of them wanted to take down White Tiger, let's not talk about whether they could succeed or not, the time it would take would not be short. This was the usual style of Taoism. Zhu Ming's group has a complicated composition, and each of them has ulterior motives. The winged people are not willing to do their best, the witches are reckless and narrow-minded, the traveler pretends to be mysterious. Zhu Mingzi is difficult to determine the heart of a person. In such a dangerous situation, I have a plan. I wonder if senior brother is willing to help me. Minister Lu did not hesitate. Just say it. When is there still a need to worry? Du Lu said, I've observed this Tao space. There seems to be a flaw in the destruction of the Tao. The key is that after the Tao bites and entangles with each other, there will be an instant of rejection. In other words, if senior brother fails, your Tao state will be quickly pulled into the opponent's rhythm, and you can't escape. There will be a short period of time when you can't join the third party. If you join, you will be rejected. If I suddenly join at this time, senior brother will no longer be afraid of death and clash with his Tao state. The rejection will be very strong, and it might be strong enough to push my Tao state out of this Tao space. Minister Lu understood what he meant. You mean, if the two of us work together, you will be pushed out of the Tao space and directly destroy his physical body? Du Lu nodded. That's right. But there are two dangers here. First, if you do this, senior brother will have to be more unrestrained in your Tao state. You don't have to be so cautious, just treat it as a final gamble. The more intense the clash between senior brother's Tao state, the more power I will be pushed out if I join. Secondly, I can't guarantee that I will definitely be pushed out. After all, it's just a guess. If it really doesn't work out, I'll just die faster than normal. It doesn't matter. My two junior brothers have already left. If we want to win this round, I'm afraid we can't do it without taking a risk. Minister Lu muttered, that makes sense. But the success rate is only 50 to 60%. Du Lu was surprised. In a swordsman battle, there is a 30 to 40% chance that he will dare to fight with his life on the line. 50 to 60% is a good opportunity. Us Buddhist disciples are usually inferior, but when it comes to life and death, would we not dare to fight with our lives on the line? I don't know what the success rate is, but I know that the more determined we are, the more fearless we are, the more likely we will succeed. On the other hand, if we are overcautious and hesitant, then there's no need to try. Minister Lu was unmoved. Why didn't you try when you were with your two junior brothers? Du Lu snorted. Why didn't I try? But my two junior brothers were hesitant. They wanted to play it safe and didn't dare to take the risk. In the end, they lost their lives. If they didn't cooperate, how could I try? Now, senior brother only has one chance. What do you say? Minister Lu did not hesitate. Then, let's do it. I, Minister Lu, have taken countless risks in my life. This won't be one more. Chapter 2255. In the end, White Tiger still chose to subdue the magic conch in its mouth. It wasn't that it was timid, but that it couldn't see old woman Feng's resurrection point. It was completely hidden by the Black Sea View, which was another function of the Black Sea View. It had successfully killed old woman Feng once and seized the magic conch. It had partially achieved its goal, but it couldn't chase after her. If it couldn't see her resurrection point, where could it chase after her? Subduing the magic conch was of great significance to it, because the complete Black Sea View knew its arrangements like the back of its hand. Subduing it would make it lose its ability to freely attack. Destroy it. Devour it. At least make it lose its ability to operate. The battle was normal in the early stages. If it were Chong Lu and Lu Xiaoyi, they would probably do the same. But when it came to the handling of the magic conch, there was a fatal difference between them. If it were Chong Lu and Lu Xiaoyi, they would never have the idea of subduing the magic conch for their own use. They wouldn't even try. Chong Lu might casually attack with his sword, and Lu Xiaoyi might just ignore it. Because of the development of the cultivation world, the use of foreign objects had reached an unimaginable level. Who could guarantee that you would be able to get rid of it? It was like a hot potato, and it was produced by the immortal court. In the ever-changing battle scene, the gains did not make up for the losses, and the disadvantages outweighed the advantages. White Tiger also didn't want to monopolize this treasure. As one of the 6 ancestors of Shen Yuan, it was very clear about the rules of the orthodoxy. It just wanted to destroy it, so that it could rely on its previous arrangements in the following battle. Old Woman Feng was the owner of the Black Sea View, so when she was resurrected, she had the cover of the Mirage Sea View. But other people couldn't, right? With its blood essence double flash, it wasn't completely impossible to make another Daoist escape. At least, it could rely on this arrangement to give it an opportunity to come and go in an instant, something that swordsmen dreamed of. It could unscrupulously release killing moves, and then use this arrangement to escape at a critical moment. It was a good idea, but it had underestimated the cunning of humans. Demon Lord and Lu Xiaoyi were able to kill people easily because they were not only cunning, but also vicious. Now, it was White Tiger's turn. Although he was also experienced in this aspect, as time went by, the younger generation will push the younger generation to the younger generation. The younger generation will push the younger generation to the younger generation. As a mutated beast, the white tiger naturally possessed the most common devouring divine ability among mutated beasts. It was also a habitual action when dealing with foreign objects, devouring first as a form of respect. The moment he swallowed it, he thought that it would be incomparably hard and difficult to digest. However, it instantly turned into a bag of water and flowed down his throat without any hindrance. Actually, it wasn't water either. It was just a clump of mirage clouds, like mist and liquid. White Tiger wanted to spit it out, but it was already too late. Its body had become the most dazzling star in the Black Sea View. The opponent did not even need to lock onto it with their divine sense to know where to aim their attacks. What was worse was that it found that it could no longer escape the range of the Black Sea View, and all of this was because of its slightly greedy swallowing. It couldn't be completely blamed for its carelessness. The judgment of objects was actually a kind of instinct of mutated beasts. Its instinctive judgment was that this object was harmless to it. Indeed, the conch of Dharma did not cause any direct harm to it. It only made White Tiger extremely dazzling here and became an obvious target. It no longer had the convenience of instantaneous movement. Its every move was under the eyes of the opponent. It was as if it had a large lantern, lighting itself up and guiding others. Old Woman Feng was reborn as before. She used her death to pave the way to victory for the entire battle. Everything was planned, starting from the moment the Kunlun visitor asked her to pave the Black Sea View. In fact, it was all to wait for White Tiger to swallow. Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. Next, it's up to you, fellow Taoist. My mirage clouds are inside its body. Other than indicating the target and limiting the range, it doesn't have any other function. The Kunlun visitor laughed. That's enough. The most difficult thing about mutated beasts and sword vein orthodoxy is that it can appear and disappear unpredictably. Without this, White Tiger is just a slightly stronger beast. Everyone here has the ability to face it head-on, circle it tightly, don't fall into its trap. The 4 Taoists, the Kunlun visitor, Center Buyi, Daoist Hua Hai, and Old Woman Feng, stepped forward together. Using the forbidden treasures, the Tao realm was ethereal. Once they were used, the White Tiger immediately fell into a predicament. This time, it wasn't greedy greed. The key was not the attitude towards the treasures. The key was the mentality. White Tiger was always thinking about how to break through here and give the 2 juniors as much help as it could. The idea was good, but it didn't consider its own strength, nor did it understand the strength of its opponent. There was another kind of help, which was as long as it didn't get into trouble and didn't implicate the two juniors. But you couldn't expect a person who had been famous for tens of thousands of years, the true ancestor of the three, to consider the problem without thinking ahead. Young people had pride and confidence, so did the old. And as they grew older, they became more stubborn and didn't listen to advice. But fortunately, its rich experience helped it quickly understand its current situation. Being tricked wasn't scary, but being tricked again and again was scary. In order to make up for one pit, it ended up jumping into another pit, and eventually fell deeper and deeper. It couldn't use the trap to kill anymore. Instead, it sought the next best thing, which was to waste time and delay them. White Tiger quickly adjusted its mentality. If it was tens of thousands of years ago, there was nothing to say, just one word, fight. But tens of thousands of years of quiet self-reflection still had its effect. Fighting over personal feelings was put on the back burner. That was a last resort choice. Now, what the opponent wanted it to do was what it had to avoid. White Tiger was still moving back and forth. Different from before, it was moving more freely. Originally, it was 40% vertical and 60% attack. Now, it was 70% vertical and 30% attack. Its attack was also an all-out attack. It didn't ask for results, and it would leave immediately after hitting. It didn't stop, and it didn't pursue the so-called continuous effect. Such a response could be said to be the key to grasping the battle situation. Maybe it couldn't escape the fate of failure, but this was also an unusually long process. One thing would never change, and that was the strange beast's abnormally strong body. This allowed it to deal with many attacks that humans would not be able to withstand with ease. The Taoists had seen the trend of victory and defeat, but they still hadn't found the key breakthrough point. The Kunlun guests were very dissatisfied with such an outcome. Someone needed to face it head-on. Otherwise, their attacks would always seem to be all bark and no bite. They couldn't cause any substantial damage. Previously, the deaths of young Xiaotian and drunken Yang were a huge rock in the hearts of the Taoist cultivators. To remove this rock, the only way was to destroy White Tiger, and it would be best if it was before the other two battles. Of course, if he knew the situation of the four monks, he definitely wouldn't have made such a choice. Later, I will transform into a dragon and confront White Tiger. Fellow Taoists, please cooperate. He was a night guardian, so he should take responsibility. Chapter 2256. Chong Lu's space was much wider than White Tiger's. This was also where his roots lay. Controlling the sword was his foundation. Whether it was Li Wuya in the past or the current Chong Lu, they were all the same. If he wanted to kill, he would kill. If he didn't want to kill, he would let loose. He didn't need to be confined to a certain space. Just like now, the flying sword spiraled down and attacked Zhu Mingzi fiercely. Wherever the sword fell, the path changed unpredictably. When Zhu Mingzi recovered with the help of his companions, Chong Lu had already leaped into the sky. He even leisurely lit up a cigarette, looking like he was addicted to smoking. That was how battles were. You had to give it your all when you were nervous. Every strike was like your last strike. Then, you would change your mood and go around in circles, teasing, coughing, and joking around. This kind of carefree and unrestrained behavior made the five-winged men extremely difficult to intercept. When it came to controlling a battle, if your strength was far above your opponent, you could of course have the mentality of a cat playing with a mouse. However, if your strength was on par with your opponent, or if your opponent's strength was higher than yours, this kind of mentality was not good. That was how they intercepted. Even if they gave it their all, they might not be able to stop it. If they had some reservations, there were already a few winged men who were heavily injured. They were all injured by the flying sword, but they didn't die. It was unclear whether the winged men were smart enough or the swordsman was merciful. Anyway, everyone saw it, so they just pretended not to know. To Zhu Mingzi, as long as he could intercept the flying sword for a short period of time, even if it was just a short period of time, he couldn't expect the winged men to throw their lives away. It wasn't easy for anyone to reach this level of cultivation. If they couldn't do it themselves, How could they ask the winged men to help them? However, he wasn't wasting time here. He and Da Peng had been paying close attention to the swordsman's attack rhythm. They were trying to find a pattern and launch a fatal attack. Among the 8 people, 5 of them were unreliable and untrustworthy. The witch ancestor's methods were incompatible with the 2 of them. Moreover, she was too hot-tempered. She could be used, but not relied on. The swordsman's attack duration can be as short as 2 to 3 breaths, and as long as 5 breaths. Is it possible to determine if he will need to recuperate after 5 breaths? Zhu Mingzi was unusually calm. What he meant was that the demon sword Venerable could not be stopped in his full state. His explosive power was too shocking, and his ability to fight in the front line was unparalleled. If they continued to fight in such a state, the gains would not make up for the losses. The Great Rock agreed. After 5 breaths of time, he will leave. But with how shrewd he is, he should be prepared for 2 or 3 breaths of time. He likes to launch sudden attacks, so let's fulfill his wish and accompany him in his outbursts. After 5 breaths of time, he will escape. I can follow him. Delay him for another 5 breaths of time. Zhu Mingzi quickly said, you take 5 breaths first, then I'll take over. After that, the winged men should be able to surround you. I don't expect them to fight to the death, but they should be able to buy you 2 or 3 breaths of time. By then, you should have recovered. Dopeng asked, where is the ancestral witch? Zhu Mingzi was straightforward. He was in the beginning. Start with him, no matter the cost. Exhaust the swordsman's explosive power when he gets close to attack. No matter what method you use, leave the rest to us. If he still has energy left, let him support us from the side when the winged men surround us. Dopeng nodded. That's what we'll do. When the 2 of us attack, it's better for others not to interfere. In a battle between experts, if one could not suppress the other party with strength, it would be unrealistic to expect 1 or 2 secret techniques to solve the problem. After all, this was the specific application of the collision of Dao realms. It was difficult to be fatal. On the other hand, some simple things, such as the overdraft of elemental energy, were the foundation of everything. For example, the transformation of Dao realms, or the formation of the auspicious cloud, all of these required the support of surging elemental energy. Half of Chong Lu's auspicious cloud was the 5 elements auspicious cloud. This was also what Li Wuya was best at. It also contained the 5 elements sword robe. This was the main reason why he could remain unscathed under the combined attacks of everyone. To break this half of the auspicious cloud, a strategy was needed. The depth of the auspicious cloud was closely related to the cultivator's condition. When the attack was intense, the auspicious cloud would be weaker. When the attack was fierce, the auspicious cloud would be stronger. Their goal was to let the swordsman be in an explosive state. This was equivalent to weakening his auspicious cloud. It was difficult to coordinate. When 2 people attacked at the same time, they had to consider that they would not interfere with each other. 4 people of their level, it was better to face them alone. A little arrangement, waiting for an opportunity. In fact, the whole plan did not have much coordination. It was easy to be exposed and make the swordsman suspicious. Chong Lu smoked half of his cigarette and then put it out. People with status were like this. You can't keep smoking until you are only left with your butt. It's too embarrassing. When the cigarette was flicked, he turned around. He was also thinking of a way to kill either Zhu Mingzi or the traveler. It was very difficult. In this cultivation world, he was not the only one with a long lifespan. He was also not his senior brother. He could crush them with the huge pressure of his sword. He wanted to wait for the moment when the traveler's true body was exposed. For this, he specially prepared a set meal. This was also a risk, but this was the battle between cultivators. If it was not risky, there would be no chance. Then, everyone would be exhausted together. He was very worried about the old white tiger, so he was willing to give the other party a chance. For this, he solidified his attack rhythm. He wanted to lure the opponent to find a gap in this rhythm. This time, the opponent he found was the ancestral shaman. He was the only one among these opponents who fought with all his heart. It was also the style of the Earth of Filth. He was very vengeful. The flying sword struck down, using the great Tao of destruction. It was also a counter to the opponent's great Tao of filth. The battle between the two of them was the most interesting to watch. It was tit for tat. No one was willing to retreat half a step. The sky full of hair snakes and flying swords destroyed each other. They continuously gathered and collided again. The winged men began to surround the space where he was. Zhu Mingzi helped the ancestral shaman to protect him in close range. The Taoist traveler shot arrows to restrain him. All of this happened naturally. It was similar to the previous battle rhythm. The difference was that previously, the ancestral shaman put a lot of effort into his half of filth cloud. Therefore, even if the hair snakes could not withstand it, there was still filth cloud to support them. However, this time, the ancestral shaman did not condense his own filth cloud. Instead, he used all his strength on the hair snakes. The originally grey hair snakes turned blood red. They were extremely thick and strong. It felt like a life and death struggle. This kind of attack was still not the opponent of the flying swords. After the collision, a large group of flying swords whistled down. However, they hit an invisible barrier and disappeared. It was Zhu Mingzi's attack. It was as if the ancestral sorcerer had taken some crazy medicine. He changed again. Thousands of strands of hair combined into a whip. A huge blood-red dragon roared with its head up. It was the essence of the ancestral sorcerer's Tao state. As long as he did not die, this evil dragon would never disappear. Chapter 2257. Chong Lu ignored the evil dragon and attacked the swordsman. You have to consider the difference in attack speed between the two sides. The evil dragon lashed out and the traveler attacked with his bow, but it was not faster than Chong Lu's sword. Since the opponent dared to fight, he was willing to accompany him. The sword slashed down, but the ancestral witch turned a blind eye to it. There was a figure next to him. Zhu Mingzi flashed to his side and used his Tai Chi cloud to block it. Suddenly, black and white swirled. The flying sword broke deeper and deeper into the Tai Chi cloud, but in the end, it still couldn't break it. This was also the reason why the destruction realm was limited. The flying sword was useless. The god-sealing arrow and the evil dragon attacked together. Chong Lu also didn't deliberately defend. For the swordsman, if the opponent was willing to attack him, then it was the best opportunity, even if there might be something hidden in it. He sent out the flying sword again. This time, because he knew that Zhu Mingzi might be helping him, the realm was different. When the flying sword was sent out, the god-sealing arrow and the evil dragon had already hit his 5 elements auspicious cloud. The cloud rolled and the waves were turbulent. This was also the first time the opponent attacked his auspicious cloud. In the past, he would escape, but this time, the ancestral witch didn't gather the cloud, so he had to remember. The god-sealing arrow was a one-time attack. Each arrow had its own realm change, and it was endless. But the evil dragon had always been there. From the first time it bit the 5 elements auspicious cloud, it never let go. Through such a medium, the ancestral witch's intention to break the 5 elements auspicious cloud was transmitted. One fast and one slow, complementing each other. Chong Lu gave his safety to the 5 elements auspicious cloud that had been polished for thousands of years, and put all his energy on the ancestral witch who only attack. This was an opportunity. The evil dragon bit him and didn't let go. It could also be said that he restrained the ancestral witch. The realm of the Tao collided with the evil dragon as a medium. No one could easily stop, especially the ancestral witch. As long as he stopped halfway, his realm of the Tao would immediately invade. At the beginning of the battle, the ancestral witch took the initiative to not gather the cloud. Now, he couldn't gather it even if he wanted to. In other words, the ancestral shaman was currently in his weakest defensive state. It was a very naive idea to hope that someone else could completely replace a cultivator's defense. A person's body was a combination of Tao realm, escape technique, cultivation, judgment, and so on. If someone else helped from the side, it would be a kind of separation, and the effect would be very difficult to perfect. Under such a sword beam attack, it was dangerous even when it was perfect, not to mention when it was imperfect. It could kill. Ancestral sorcerer might be trying to achieve a certain goal, but that was not important. What was important was to take advantage of this opportunity to swallow the fat meat that had been delivered to his door. First, devour as a form of respect. Let's talk about other things. The sword was divided into 3 parts, which represented the 3 provinces of Gong and Ping. This was one of the few killing moves in Xuanyuan's swordsmanship system that completely relied on the swordsmanship to change between real and illusory. It was rarely used in the half-immortal realm, because once the Dao realm was used, no tricks could be hidden. But if he used this move here, it would be very suitable. This was because the other party was not a single defensive entity. Instead, they were separated from each other and were unaware of each other's existence. The old cultivators were putting out the bait, and he was swallowing it. It would depend on whether the fishing line would be able to hold him, this big fish. The 3 sword beams arrived in an instant, and Zhu Mingzi could not determine which one was real. If all 3 were real, then the power of each was not enough to kill the ancestral shaman. According to his judgment, the 3 sword beams could change between real and illusory. If he blocked one of them, it must be fake. But he was not a person who would easily give up on his companions, even if he did not agree with the orthodoxy of the dirty earth. The ancestral shaman did his best to attract the swordsman's attack, and did not hesitate to risk his life to create opportunities for others. One could say that he was a little foolish, blinded by hatred. But in a real life and death battle, there were fewer and fewer people like him. He did not want any accidents to happen to such a person, so he simply moved forward and was very close to the ancestral shaman. The Taiji auspicious cloud above his head spread out, tightly protecting the 2 of them. When people talked about the auspicious cloud's defense, it was just a description. In fact, in an environment like the void, attacks could also come from other directions, such as the side, or under one's feet. The auspicious cloud could still resist because it was naturally alert to danger. Any attack that could threaten its owner would appear in the path of the attack. So in fact, the auspicious cloud could be wrapped around one's waist, or under one's feet. It was a very flexible existence, and did not necessarily have to be on top of one's head. 3 sword beams flashed, and one of them was fierce and fierce. The auspicious cloud sensed it and instantly aligned itself, blocking it. Once the sword beam entered the auspicious cloud, it immediately lost its strength. Another sword beam swept from under one's feet. This was the transformation between real and illusory of the 3 provinces. It could change the direction of the power at the last moment. Zhu Mingzi was already prepared. He pointed with his hand, and a faint light appeared. It was one of the most powerful half-immortal instruments he had. It was called the Pearl of Denial, and it could block any physical attack. Once the pearl was released, it still missed. The 3rd sword beam turned illusory and attacked from the side. It was the 3rd province, and its target was still the ancestor of the sorcerer. The 3 attacks targeted the ancestor of the sorcerer. This was to bully Zhu Mingzi's auspicious cloud because it could not sense its owner's danger, so it would not take the initiative to attack. If it was a cultivator controlling the auspicious cloud, there would be a gap in time. However, Zhu Mingzi's strength was indeed impressive. With close to 20,000 years of cultivation, he had already condensed the auspicious cloud like an extension of his arm. With the Pearl of Denial, he actually managed to buy some time. When the 3rd sword beam came down, he was able to forcefully move the auspicious cloud to protect the ancestor of the sorcerer. At this moment, Zhu Mingzi felt the auspicious cloud's resistance. He had condensed it for tens of thousands of years, so of course, it would not betray him. There was only one reason why it resisted. The auspicious cloud did not believe that the ancestor of the sorcerer was in danger. Instead, it believed that the real danger was Zhu Mingzi himself. The auspicious cloud looked at the problem from the essence of the attack. It would not be fooled by tricks on the surface. Therefore, if the auspicious cloud thought that there was danger, then there must be danger. Don't forget, after the 1st sword beam came down, there was no sound. Who knew if it would revive in an instant? Zhu Mingzi did try his best to defend, But no matter how hard he tried, it was impossible for him to give up his own safety to protect others. He followed the feeling of the auspicious cloud and stopped moving it. This was equivalent to putting his own life and death in the hands of the ancestor of the sorcerer. It was so simple, but so complicated. In less than a breath's time, the attack and defense had changed several times. In the end, the ancestor of the sorcerer was killed. In the end, the Daoist could not change his bad habit of sacrificing others for his own sake. Perhaps, everyone had this kind of bad habit. The ancestor of the sorcerer was immediately reborn. The rebirth point was outside the battlefield. Chong Lu leaped up, regardless of the 5 elements auspicious cloud that was already in danger. He vowed to keep this person on the spot. The 5 winged people saw that something was wrong and rushed down. They were fighting here not to determine life and death, but to hope that both sides could reach a certain tacit balance. Once there was an imbalance, it would be difficult for them to do anything. Therefore, when they rushed down, they did their best. On the contrary, Zhu Mingzi and Dopeng's reaction was slightly slower. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.